Senhoras
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We are back with our event, International Seminar about Digital Inclusion, Significant Connectivity and Social Transformation. To make the lecture conclusions on action of Federal Court of for National Politic of Digital Inclusion, we invite our expert Ana Beatriz Lemos da Costa. Good afternoon, all of you joining here. Thank you for your presence. Thank you for you who are joining us on YouTube. So I will talk a little bit about our auction, auction about this event, trying to gather the actors involved in this politics and moving as well other interested actors who we want to address the results of this work to. Talking a little bit about the objective of this auction was to assess the actions of the federal government to serve to make the politics of digital inclusion regarding the planning, coordination, execution, and managing. We had to map which of these actions were, and this was such a challenge for us because we made a quite transversal uh, political procedure, not only in the federal issue, but also considering, because we all know that there are also actions from the third sector, from the private entities, from other spheres, from our federation, and we needed to try to understand uh, how things were, the status of such politics. So we started up with two questions. The first one was which governance structure in digital inclusion public politics of the federal government was there, and if there were risks and opportunities, and the priorities of guidance of the federal government relating the main politics, and if these actions were really contributing and how much were they contributing to reduce digital exclusion. And we also took into consideration in the dimension of cognition significative that gave name to this event. So the first challenge of this work was understanding the complexity and the fragmentation of this audit, the difficulty of mapping and systematizing the existing initiatives, actions, and programs referring to this topic. First of all, the lack of information of consolidated info. As we addressed several ministries, many of them had doubts as what we understood as digital inclusion public politic. We did some work about it in 2015 about digital inclusion politics, that where we addressed that digital inclusion would be understood as a tripod considering connection, ability, and content. Now we incorporated from other dimensions of connectivity, of universal and significant connection. So we needed to understand which actions have been in progress about it. So we had to let quite clear what we named as digital inclusion politics. As I said, in these several fields. For example, if we got the Ministry of Communications as legally responsible for this competency of digital inclusion politics, we also needed to address transversal actors such as the Civil Secretariat, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Citizenship, Health, Environment, and those involved in thematics. So we had to, uh, as an example of which authors are involved, we made a design of the seminar, and the design of his seminar has a lot to do with the stakeholders we have already mapped, and all we are always trying to dialogue with these actors and people who are called to this dialogue. So, contextualizing our work, uh, talking about the digital inclusion research carried out in 2015, all the documents related to significant and universal connectivity addressed to BIONO and all IT, and the development of this work considering the document about significant connectivity by CETIC BR, which brings uh, an application of these dimensions to the Brazilian case, data about digital gaps and the digital excluded. When we look at the publications about CETIC historically, and the research is about access to population, as well as other dimensions concerning digital inclusion, we always see on the news data in ascension every year, and other researchers that give dimension to the scenery of connection and ability and other dimensions, we uh, have always seen a growth throughout the years considering connection. Uh, TIC domicilius research has been showing, has been growing from 54% to 83% more recently, which considering the households with access to internet. If we consider only one dimension, we question, do we really have this problem of exclusion? Because we have seen a nearly evolution. However, we see the other side. We take a picture of those who were not there. We talked about the 50% who were not there. And whenever we look at the 15% concerning connection and other dimensions of significant connectivity, we see that the levels of what's considered significant and universal connectivity still shows a, a picture that requires from us attention and a lot of attention of the state concerning public politics. And considering, as what we discussed this morning, the digital excluded, concerning Brazilian regions, concerning social classes, and other groups which are considered more vulnerable, as age, etc. We took this into consideration to see who were the digital excluded. And checking the results, we identified, first of all, that the objective was to assess these politicians, and actually there is not a single polity as being institutionalized, an instrument to give any strategic guidance of aims, and that has been object of this working group. This is a determination that we have addressed, that a working group really was actually nominated, and that it nominated also smaller working groups, smaller chambers for multiple actors to make it happen. But not only, we needed it. We needed it to expand as implementation, monitoring, and it, the politics itself. We also recommended, and it's become a determination after the plenary, that after 180 days of the final report, the Ministry of Communication has a deadline to, after publishing the final report, for proposing the national plan of digital inclusion. And we also have seen that aside from this fundamental tool, we also identified among all those actors that didn't have an instance a group to coordinate all this politics, these fragmented political initiatives. We also addressed to the Ministry of Communications, together with the Civil Secretariat, a structure of coordination, not only during this elaboration as it's been going on with the interministerial working group, but also for the next steps. And we also observed some fragilities concerning the social participation mechanisms. So we advised on this formulation to make feasible an instrument of public consultancy in order to make the sectorial chambers promote this participation since it's the beginning of its formulation. Another important thing is that with this original difficulty of getting which were the actions from the federal government related to digital inclusion politics, we also questioned how how digital excluded will get to know about these political programs and actions. And many of these things were being communicated only through the internet. So how somebody who is digitally excluded will access a program if they don't know they exist? So we asked them to centralize this info, but also the federal government was advised to make a a timely publication of reports, of monitoring reports, and use more accessible channels for for this politics to get to those who are really addressed to. Another point from these actions we were able to map, we tried to trace inside the dimensions of significant connectivity where these actions were focused on. And as Tanya said a little earlier, most of these actions has to do with infrastructure. But we also know that it's only the first step. And for many states and places that don't have direct access to infrastructure, we don't we cannot wait for the second step. It is important that it is already thought considering the other dimensions, because the other regions where you got the connections, you have problems of the ability content of the devices, of how population get resources, especially the poorest one, to access data plans. And this is a dimension that we think that must be worked uh, concomitantly, all together. And not only obviously the dimension of the infrastructure requires effort, but do not forget the recommendations about the other steps. And these were the main discoveries and the main pieces of advice we gave. First of all, after communicating it, when we saw part of it, we're already seen part of it being implemented, as the secretary said, the sectorial chambers are already in course, and we already observe actually our work has already gotten some result. Aside from promoting this dialogue, we also want to uh, together with the working group, diagnose the actions of the federal government and monitor them to check how this diagnosis is being carried on, and also accompanying what's being addressed on the working groups, but also the implementation of the plan and the future steps in the federal sphere. But not only, we also think about expanding his work to other spheres, including other audit entities from states and municipalities to help controlling. And finally, many of the things I have talked about and what we saw in our audit have to do a lot with what people say. Oh, we always think we already know. As I am not only an auditor, but I'm also a researcher, so I brought a quote from by Darcy Ribeiro from the University of Brasilia. And sometimes many of our findings in this audit may seem obvious, but let's not forget the obvious is only that category that appears like that after the work has already unveiled a lot of things. So thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to keep on the panel about governance and strategies of national digital inclusion. We need to tell you that those who participate here can use forms distributed by the Federal Court of Account group to make questions. And those who participate on YouTube can make your questions on the chat, and by the end, the moderator will receive the questions. We invite the professor and moderator of the University of Brasilia, Márcio Aranha, the director of the Department of Sectoral Politics of the Ministry of Communications, Juliano Stanzani, the coordinator of Technology and Innovation from the Ministry of Education, Ana Dalfábaro, the legal consultant of the Federal Senate and professor of the uh, Institute of César de Correio, IDP and ILB, Rafael Silva. You can sit down, please. I give the floor to Mr. Márcio Aranha, who conducts the panel and the debate from now on. Well, good afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here. It's a privilege. I have such a qualified crowd, not only here but also online, and I'm sure with such a level, I guess the ministry Juarez Quatro should be here in my place because he would pass this timeline quite properly. And all the difficulties, the institutional difficulties that of integrating public policies towards digital inclusion. The panel is about governance and national strategies of digital inclusion. I am pleased to be here with our panelists who will talk about the topic for a few minutes, and later on we'll take a round of questions, not only from the online audience, but also people who are here for such an important topic, considering the study carried out by the Federal Court of Account. I'm making a commercial here. They asked me to show it. And it's quite interesting. Obviously, this is the resumed version because the Federal Court of Account always publishes things from 1,000 pages on. So this is an important topic and it comes quite timely as an effort uh, and stimulated by the Federal Court of Account to integrate public policies, considering the diversity of initiatives in Brazilian public administration.
That sometimes overlaps and has the difficulty to follow up their implementation. So I really thank Dr. Juliano Rafael and Dr. Ana Del Fabro, and I'll pass the floor initially to her. The general technology in the Ministry of Education can expose her initial ideas. It's already working, I think. Well, good afternoon to all of you that has been following up in presence and from their homes. I'd like to start by thanking the invitation of the Federal Court of Accounts and such an important event, and actually um, say good things about the court with this theme of digital inclusion that is such a relevant theme today, and it's a paradigm shift when it comes to how we deliver the public policies. All our citizens having access to public policies in when it comes to education has this proportion even more relevant each day. So a lot as in this Ministry of Education with advancements on this theme of social inclusion, digital inclusion, because it's fundamental for us to advance in so many different areas, and having these problems in the areas of education and all the chain of production will affect and will have impact into our democracy. And this is a theme for us that has been treated in the ministry with a lot of seriousness, in a very serious way and relevant. And also to complement the work that has been done, it's such a big challenge to map and study the systems of digital inclusion in such a transversal way. And we know how hard it is because it unfolds in different areas. We have some difficulty in the Ministry of Education to take up the plan of social inclusion, digital inclusion, because we need in this theme a lot of coordination between the ministries. And we've been advancing a lot in the federal government in relation to this work, more structure, more coordinate. Being a theme of connectivity in schools that I'm going to talk a little bit about here. But in general, the digital theme and the creation of Digital City, which is the group that has been looking at this topic, and it's been making easier this action of the government to be more coordinated. I'm going to accelerate a little bit because there's restricted time for me to speak to you, but I've come to talk about the national strategy and the connectivity of the schools that is our front in the Ministry of Education, in which we've been working with this theme of digital inclusion. So our vision today in INAGI that has been launched on Friday, it's going to be 2 years, 26th of September, is to educate with the technology of the digital inclusion. And this implies in the layer of including our students in this digital world, but not only to give equipment and connectivity, but to guarantee that this technology will come to serve as teaching tools. Our teachers are going to use this technology to give the support to the students, and also that our students will develop new abilities, new skills of digital citizenship, not only utilizing the computer, but understanding all the impacts of the technology today in our society, try to solve problems with technology. And we're talking about, in fact, a lot of change when it comes to the way that we look at the curriculum of our schools. So it's important for us to act inside of this theme, especially when it comes to education, but in a lot of dimensions. We've been working in the connectivity area, so guarantee to advance in the connectivity with quality in our schools. And that will serve for the teacher inside of their classrooms. It's not only, it's not any connectivity that we would have. We can have devices that are necessary for our students in a secure and internet inside of schools, that we're going to look for this such an important layer of the administration of education and giving the data for our teachers in a secure way to support the decision making in public policies that is so relevant, and looking to the curriculum of our schools and thinking about new competencies that our students need to develop for the graduation of all those professionals in schools, and also access and not only infrastructure but software and educational resources, digital resources to contribute with this vision to be concrete and educating with technology and with the digital citizenship. And this is a topic of all the norms related to this theme. Is a little bit more recent. I started in 2017, but we've done with a lot of laws, programs since 2017 that bring orientations, guidelines for this theme in education. So we have the approval of the national base as a curriculum, and also the computation and innovation and connectivity. And now, more recently, from 2023 till now, the public policies of education and digital education, and the national strategy of connected schools that I'm bringing a little bit for you. And even after the launching of ENEC, we had the referential of digital competencies for the Ministry of Education to guide the formation of teachers, and we had approval, and we're working in the implementation of the new law that restricts the use of mobiles in schools, and with this uh, rebalancing the usage of technology inside of the schools. And also, still this year, a very important document to try and guide all the systems of education with the guidelines for the mediatic concept inside of the Council of Education, asked by the ministry to bring more clear deadlines and guidelines as well. So this system has been talking a little bit about it, but it's not only using the computer, that informatic schools that we had, but we're talking about this literacy in computers and understanding the algorithm and all the systems of AI that is so relevant, and literacy in information, media, and how we consume information and internet. We know the relevance of this now, and all these themes that we've been debating today in the public sphere will involve the digital rights and digital citizenship. There's a lot of innovative things that are coming, but it's a very urgent. And I think this has been debated a lot last week. We had the Eco Digital that had such an important advancement on this theme, and the education and the Ministry of Education. It's here throughout us to advance in the system of digital education to support this big front and to be able to protect our children and teenagers in this digital world. But more than that, to make them protagonists, to be able to use the technology in a secure, adequate way is so fundamental today for their lives, and so many dimensions, and also in the working place, and all the work that we've been doing in curriculum with the Secretariat of Education in the line of advancing all of those topics. So in the part of graduating teachers, we have a referential that will support the secretariats and knowing about our teachers that need also the critical usage and ethical usage of those technologies, and know how to use these technologies in teaching and their development, and having this referential in a tool that will map exactly all of those competencies for our teachers, so they can today have more clarity of what they need in terms of formation. And the ministry has been doing the graduation of teachers with 340 a thousand already concluded with a neck related to those themes. And we've been working a lot closely with the Secretary of Education in this technical accessory, the state and municipalities, and trying to bring those themes for their curriculum, the deadline given by the Secretary of Education to the end of this year, and how to prepare the information for the professors, presential or locally, and contributing to this advancement, and also working in the material for schools, and the first book of the education, digital education for the high schools. We work a lot with the complementarity and in the sense that we've been acting. So there's a lot of news when it comes to artificial intelligence, but I'm going to bring it to another opportunity. We also have been advancing in this discussion. We have the prediction of the publication of a referential by the end of the year. So those are adult technical guidelines for the systems of digital education, the curriculum, and acquisition of devices and how to do this planning, conscious planning about the balanced use of technology inside and out of schools. And I'd like to talk about connectivity as well. That is one of the fronts also for us to. That is so relevant that we've been advancing since 2023. And I think the first thing that is very important to bring is that we've been acting in the system of connectivity, looking for the layer of the challenge of electrical energy. And we still have this proximity, trying to do net zero, and we still have schools in this condition, especially in Amazon and the North region. And we've been advancing a lot with the launching of ANEC and new referentials of connectivity for teaching and what is the speed of the internet that the school needs to have. We um, we had a lot of big things with that. We've been orienting all the themes of and trying to implement all the federal policies to try to have distributed Wi-Fi in the schools and this in that is in the administration of the school to try and guarantee that this is coming for the classrooms, and a lot of the role of the executive committee when it comes to the connected school has been from one side bringing these new referentials for us to be able to in fact have parameters that will guarantee this connectivity that is significant, and through the other side a very relevant role of coordination of the policies of federal resources coming from the universality of the schools, and the Ministry of Education will coordinate the committee. We are together with the House of Representatives. So it's a joint effort of the federal government for us to guarantee that we are all with the same information about the schools and that the policies of each ministry is complementary, that the efforts of Juliana with Fushi will be complemented by what we've been doing in law 1417, and looking through the challenges of each school and bringing these public policies that are more adequate for that context of that locality, of that situation. So I think we've improved a lot the monitoring and trying to understand which schools need to have internet and the other ones that we can have better internet. And a lot of the work of the executive committee of ANEC is to absorb the sources of information of a lot of ministries and monitoring as well based on the internet of broadband. And we have 90,000 schools where we can see of the connectivity, we can measure it, and it's been organized. uh, it's a big panel of data and connectivity in the schools that I will say we're going to launch on Friday at 3 p.m. with all this data will be open for everybody to be able to navigate in each school of Brazil, and each one of those axes of connecting energy, speedness of internet, and how's the Wi-Fi as well. So Friday, we're going to have this publishing of this panel that is going to be very important for everybody to be able to have more clarity in the scenario of connectivity in Brazil. So following the parameters of a NEC, we have a scenario of 65% of schools that are in the adequate parameters. So those schools have any connectivity, they have internet and the right speed with Wi-Fi. So everybody is scared when they see this number. I'm going to conclude, but we are not talking only about schools. There's any internet or if it does have internet, it's an analysis on the referential that are updated with this national strategy. So we had a lot of advancement, especially in the north region of the country. So from December of 2023, we have this jump of 46%. So we've been investing on the places exactly that were ignored historically when it comes to connectivity, and doing, in fact, making it come to those places with an internet that can support the education and the processes of graduation of our students. I think I've already spoken. I'm not going to go deep in on the specific topics, but all the things that will be good to mention. We've been supporting also the network on the devices, public procurement of devices. Last week, we had new minutes to try and support the Secretary of Education that will take the classrooms and take the right connectivity. I think this is it. My time is over. I'd like to thank the opportunity again to be here talking to you, and I'm your disposal for any questions. Thank you. Thank you, Ana de Fabro. It's a comprehensive exposition of policies and measurements. I think that will give us a lot of arguments for a good discussion to follow. But I'd like to call to the stage Dr. Beatriz Vasconcelos, which is digital transformation on Secretary of Monitoring of the House of Representatives, please. And with no delays, I'll pass you the floor. But the idea to make an initial presentation, and then we're going to have a discussion. Thank you, everyone. Thank you uh, for organizing this event, the Federal Court of Accounts. We've been discussing a lot this theme with the Ministry of Communications, the MEC, and the other involved institutions. I have that. First thing I would like to say is that the theme of digital inclusion is priority for the civil cabinet, and we've created, I think in December last year, the Interministerial Committee of Digital Transformation in the federal government. We understood that the digital are very complex. It has become very complex. It's not one ministry subject on isolated way. We don't talk about digital government and digital as society. It's the digital that influences markets and has these industrial policies and citizenship. So it didn't make sense for us to look at it as an isolated way. So inside of this committee, we have the executive committee and are related directly to the digital topic, but we have four technical chambers, one of state digital transformation, the other one of digital economy, and the third one of citizenship and democracy, and the fourth one of artificial intelligence. So in the one of citizenship, digital citizenship is one of the biggest ones. We will approach with other ones the protection of teenagers and children and fighting fraud. But this theme of inclusion is very important. And with PNID, as soon as it's developed, we're going to do the monitoring of PNID inside of this chamber. So just to show that we it's one of the biggest themes. The civil cabinet is participating with two representatives in inside of GTE of PNID, and just specifically talking about while we're doing this digital inclusion, I think that before being in the government, I was in a more international agenda. And I always say that because I think it's nice to tell that in the G20 agenda in the beginning of the year, I was in South Africa, and we're talking about the significative connectivity, and almost all countries came to talk to us that Brazil was very brave of having this theme of in G20. It wasn't an indicator or an agenda that was so prioritary in the international relations, and it were very brave because we exposed the vulnerability of ours with this connectivity. Significant connectivity is low, so it's important for us to measure or going forward or having a plan, priority plan to enhance it. So India, for instance, just a curiosity, they said that they would never had brought this topic for G20. They always saying that they're doing a lot of initiatives and public digital influencers are very inclusive, but what they say is that they were doing these indicators, actually it would be very bad the situation.
So they prefer not to talk about it. So it was such a nice and brave topic to be raised. So let's act at the PIBID in order to advance. And another point we have been discussed is that when we look at digital transformation and so on, actually all topics, we like to look at all richest countries and look at what they have been doing. And it's a problem of the lack of inclusion that almost all countries face, even the richest ones. They tell us maybe we don't have the problem of connectivity, but including the elderly in a digital environment is an issue quite difficult to deal for us. So everybody's talking about it, and I guess the global south countries also have interesting references to share. I also, by the way, I brought here two that I've worked through the last 2 years. I don't like to mention I we don't use the word underdeveloped anymore, but countries with less resources actually. I'm gonna tell you about these two examples because they are inspiring for us. First is one of the 10 poorest countries in the world that has developed a public policy with digital inclusion as the biggest principle, as its big Togo. When COVID burst, everybody had problems about how transferring profit to the most vulnerable populations. And what did they think about? Okay, the population who needs the most are those who do not have the internet, and those who have a telephone do not have internet necessarily. So we started from this point. That is not an online solution to include people like. So this is the premise. Let's start up there. And they made all a program of income transference concerning the use of smartphones. They knew that around 70% of the population had access to mobile phones but with no internet. So the inscription on the program was quite simplified, only 3 questions, and the government made partnerships with telecommunication companies, telecommunication operators, providers, to create accounts people who already used the telephone. Uh, so they went to the post office, and with lower cost, they would acquire a chip and use this in any mobile device. I won't get into detail. It's quite interesting, but I'm not gonna go in too much detail. I'm interested on the way how they departed from a principle, and the process was 100% digital, but 100% offline when it comes to the enrollment. Another example in Bangladesh, choose public services. Same problem, difficulty to access, difficulty to the use of internet. And they thought, well, we need to find a way to assure uh, digital public services in these places. So they made a kind of mapping and they created 9,000 centers. I say centers because a center means a person, a local entrepreneur who could offer a service to that community. And they made partnership with local business people, 9,000 of them, and they made a study. Each person would not need to walk more than 4 kilometers from their home, and this would be a kind of intermediate to public services. So MGI is making right now a kind piloting now a kind of project. They call it the Startup Gov, an all directed group, making a pilot project for us public services to travel to the Amazon using devices of collection, biometric collection, and make the transaction on places where there is internet. I mention these examples obviously because we always want connectivity and access. We cannot, but we cannot wait 100% to start including, to start serving. I've searched that only 7 countries in the world are considered 100% connected these days. We still pursue this aim, but you know, public policies and initiatives we got as a government and together with the private sector may start with this principle of inclusion and then try to find alternatives for significantly in when connectivity is not 100%. Another interesting case that not everybody knows that had a principle of inclusion was the case of PIX. When you talk to guys at Banco Central, they say, well, we could have lots of different arrangements to make PIX, but as they set inclusion and universal access as its main premise, one of the first decisions they've taken was PICs must be free. Uh, the first objective of inclusion, it was a matter of competitivity. So, uh, competitive was the second, the third, but the first one should be, it must be free. It had to be free. So, departing from this principle, getting back to the point where I started at, this is a priority for government, for the civil chamber, and we have for the civil cabinet, and we want to assure this articulation of different institutions in the government. We don't want it to articulate public policies for the digital. We want the public policies get from the digital inclusion in the 0 second. That's it. We are all available. This is an agenda of a great priority for us. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I guess it was clear the importance of your speech concerning uh, the fact that public policies, the role of the civil cabinet is about setting guidelines for the north and the path to be followed on politics, and not necessarily the integrative environment. Now I pass the floor to the director of sectorial politics of the Ministry of Communications, see how it really matches. And in the end, the study of the Federal Court of Accounts, seeing the Ministry of Communication as a central hub to develop the integration of such politics in a sector, especially concerning infrastructure. So, Dr. Giuliano Stanzani, please, the floor is yours. Thank you, Professor Marciolio. Um, okay, the presentation is already there. First of all, I guess it is important to compliment and thank the Federal Court of Account for all this work developed in concerning digital inclusion, and uh, it's quite important when a group so qualified as the one the Federal Court of Accounts has is able to dedicate in helping Brazil thoroughly in these needs that we got. I was making I was making some registration here, And Beatriz was really masterfully speaking here. So masterfully, I would like to invite her to the Ministry of Communication, you know. But uh, beyond dominating the topic, uh, her ability of expressing herself, I need to add because you mentioned the former minister Juarez Quadros, who is quite well accompanied here. Aside from bringing the timeline, he's also quite well qualified to come here and point out the pathway for the future, illuminating it correctly and showing good ways to be followed. Thank you all for the presence. It is important to emphasize two aspects of the previous speeches. First of all, Anna Unkari brought here that several aspects of ENAC maybe are unperceived, and ENAC is a successful case when it comes to governance. In the past, I used to work in a regulatory agency, not in a ministry, and I always noticed this difficulty locating the info where info could be jointly and integrated analyzed. And now inside the ministry, I can realize it much more clearly than before. And this is where the NEC initiative might teach all us that it's possible to make some of this integration and not with few resources because the dedication of the groups both from ANICO and MAC uh, they they have a lot of dedication. We have few people, but they have been making their best for a long time, so relatively few costs for making this uh, joint monitoring, and they have been advanced a lot. As it was spoken here, it may seem obvious, but it became obvious because it was revealed actually. And what we had as initiatives, as equal initiatives for the same targets, was quite relevant. Meanwhile, we lacked resources for other aims. We couldn't join the basic inputs, uh, electricity and telecom, to provide connectivity to schools. It's not only shows us a successful governance episode, but also uh, the good idea of the federal government setting schools at the center of our attention, of initial attention of our activities. So we have developed and spent a lot of energy and a lot of efforts and solutions, but the results have been appearing little by little. And we worked a lot on connectivity of schools, and now we have an infrastructure that is no longer a tiny internet signal. It's not about, okay, internet has arrived. Now we got enough broadband to cope with the amount of students, a connection with coverage enough for the educational environments available at each school. It's better concerning customization and care of costs, but it allows all obviously that the Ministry of Education is able to develop quickly the initiatives that operate on their network, considering all the educational, the teaching, and the real profit for students and for those involved in school service, things that didn't used to be possible. So with the initiatives of ANAC, this has become possible and feasible. So these are points from Anna's part. And from Bia's speech, there is something I have already told, not as well as she has put here, but it's quite perceptible the institutional maturity that we have reached when we say that Brazil is approaching now connectivity not only concerning the presence of network itself, but also holding the concept of significant connectivity. This is a demonstration of maturity and that the participation in international forums allows us to see ourselves through the eyes of the others. And it's quite interesting to see the difficulties that we have been through since from G20 discussions and BRICS as well, for them to incorporate the concept that they will have to show that the numbers that have been shown until now do not reflect reality as a whole. Brazil has accepted this challenge, and it's been doing it in a way in a quite surprising way, I'd say so, because we do not see uh, a series of speeches putting us down, because we see things that lots of things to improve, but we all see this as a challenge, and so we get into uh, Penit, our plan, and I got a small presentation. I will show it quite quickly through the slides. I will pass through the slides quite quickly. Where should I press? To? Where should I point my control to? Sorry, guess it's not working. I don't know if I'm pressing the wrong button or I don't know which button I should press. Could you see if it's really on? Oh, okay, thank you very much. Because sometimes it's a matter of digital ability as well. Okay, let's use the keyboard. Quite quickly, you can pass it on, please. Conceptual principles to start it up. Inside the PANIT, we have this conception of not only looking at the availability of network, but also to connect significant connectivity. This also reveals the success of the initiatives concerning universalization of access in communication networks. We also got today a reach of landline and mobile networks uh, compared to places with a per capita income much superior compared to Brazil. Today, we take this flag that digital inclusion is basic to contemporary citizenship, because everything today develops in the digital environment, so there's no way to stay out of it. We still haven't entered in a matter of digital health. It must be brought, it must be assessed together with all initiatives in order to improve digital inclusion. We got here according to Ana Beatriz. As Ana Beatriz said, as she mentioned the numbers about PNAD and CETIC, as institutions that brought numbers. Depending on the numbers, we got around 10% of the population, more than 20 million people, less than 10%, disconnected, and depending on the study, around 60% of our population still connected in unsatisfying conditions. People who do not have enough credits to access internet all the time, or who suffer with lower velocity, lower speed, and do not have enough digital abilities to enjoy fully connectivity. PNID has to do with these topics, reducing exclusion and uh, improving the conditions of those who are precariously connected. When we talk about a national plan, we would fall into temptation of thinking that we are going to talk about solutions to 4.0 industry.
And of the agronomy that is connected, I'm going to talk about the telemedicine and all the UBS of Brazil. No, no. Here we're talking about the inclusion of the person, individual, a person that is either out or accessing in a precary way the digital environment. And I only have 30 seconds, so I'm going to go to the conclusion. Can you pass the slide, please? So, just giving an example of how we need to deal with governance and coordination, the example of an EC that comes before PNID and as a guideline and a learning curve for us. As we've talked about before, the presence itself of be shows this. The digital city as the government action to try and start working in a more organized way that was naturally fragmented and still is. So in a good part of the world, we see different countries adopting different approaches for this fragmentation of the digital ecosystem. Here in Brazil, thank God it was took the digital city and we had a more integrated view of all relations in the government. I think I'm just gonna go forward this. I'm not gonna talk about this. The international benchmark. I'm not gonna talk about that. United States, European Union. We can stay here. I just brought a few examples to show different initiatives for the digital inclusion in different countries. But what we can see is that digital inclusion is not an agenda that is technological. It's not an agenda of infrastructure of communications, traditional communications, is a multi-dimensional agenda, and we need to have the condition of access starting from the prices and the capability of people to be able to consume this service. And this will bring new challenges. And over a minute? Oh no no, this clock is wrong. But let's go. Beyond of the necessity of the citizen to pay for the access of connectivity, there's the necessity of the citizen to be able to acquire the adequate devices. It's not only having a phone, it needs to be a smartphone and ideally 5G, but it's not enough to have an iPhone or a smartphone. It needs a desktop as much as it needs a fridge, and even more than a television. That's my understanding, at least. So, beyond that, when you look for the dimension of security, for instance, we need people to be able to pay a secure access. So we're going to add layers to the capabilities, financial capabilities. And as we talked about the digital skills and security, we know that we can see that this shared governance and the plans usually bring goals and deadlines that are well stipulated. And a lot of them we emphasize the ODS 9, and they've been aligned to the objectives of the sustainable development. So PNID is a decree. It had an alteration done by the Ministry of Communications a few months ago. And the objective is to have a proposal of digital inclusion that will be given to the president. The focus, as I said, is nothing on which nothing of that except this one. Vulnerable populations with no access of limited access to connectivity, and the deadline that's counting from the 1st of September, that is can go over 90 days. Here, quickly talk about the governance of PNID. Can it be for the next question, or can I talk about it? Maybe just leave it later. Okay, thank you for your attention. I'm sorry about the temporal synchronization. We're gonna get better at this. We're gonna have time. It's very important for us to also can give time to the other panelists. The last phrase that Silveri said, I just wanted to do a provocation since he has the final say that could conclude everything that has been said so far. He talked about the civil cabinet, and there's the politics of inclusion, policies of inclusion. The MAC of the Ministry of Communications is still focused on the issue, each one in their cases when it comes to education. And Juliana has said that there was the sense of a space, that would be spaces in which would not be reached yet. So these spaces come from the law of creation of funds and telecommunication. When you propose the activities, they're also proposed for environments of health and institutions of health. So in your vision, and of course it's free to expose the themes and topics, we have guidelines, spaces of action, priorities, and methodology. How are you going to integrate all of this and solve all those issues? I had the easiest question, right, Professor? I'd like to salute you and Dr. Beatriz, Dr. Anna, Dr. Giuliano, all specialists, all absolutely conscious of this agenda, which is the agenda of digital inclusion. Having this broad information and a lot of knowledge to do with the theme. The audit was very provocative, exactly because the theme has come into the agenda but still needs development. And that's why we're still at the beginning. And this provocation done by the themes on OutCon and the realization of this event in 2 days reflects exactly a excellent opportunity to have different actors of the public administration to be able to collaborate between them. TCU, which is the Federal Court of Accounts, has done this activity throughout the years of inducting the actions and realizing an excellent agenda. Naturally, the theme will do this evaluation, deepen evaluation of the plan. And we had the opportunity to see different perspectives, all of them pointing that the ways, the vision paths are very clear. What we need to do now is to give the next steps. Juliana has said very well. Dr. Anna has presented a program that already has this maturity, that has a governance well realized and structured, that has advanced in its purposes. But then we have this excellent reflection of two point of views, which that we know as governance. If you can go through the next slide, please. Let's test it out, shall we? There we go. So this is a diagram extremely seen by all the people in TCU, Federal Court of Accounts. They're showing how the Federal Court of Accounts see governance. We all know about this inside. As Anna has said at the beginning, some things that are obvious to some need to be remembered. Inside of this audit perspective, the audit has taken gotten those information and had this initial process that didn't have the conditions to follow up all of those circuit of a governance and a policies that still is needing to be put in practice, so they could verify evidences of few aspects. What really caught my attention in the document that has been realized by the teams was the coordination and coherence that is necessary for a program, for a plan that has this transversal character. This is a challenge of the public management. Every time that it deals with those transversal themes, one of the biggest challenges is how to make it uniform, all the actions inside of the government, how to make it uniform, all these issues that are involved in the themes, how are they going to be having those specific issues and cooperate between them. That seems to me that is the biggest challenge of our uh, political scheme. Honestly, we have those different visions coming from the superior hierarchies of each ministry, and in a lot of times, not all of them are have this syntony coming from the responsibility of the technicians of the careers that have those public policies to make it so it's less challenging. So we have this coordination and coherence that is this big warning to have the plan and the actions of GTE. So it seems to me that this vision externalized for the teams, the GTE, is the essence to begin the plan. A plan that will have different projects as the one Anna has presented to us, and that is one of the big endings when it comes to this plans and ministries. So this coherence and coordination will in fact make it easier the genesis of the plan, and a plan that will be very demanded in the point of view of institutionalization, definition, specific definition and exact definition of the objectives and plans in which each part of the government is going to be responsible for. And this responsibilities that and definition is going to have the accountability, which is our possibility of having this and verifying how this is happening. So there are all those tasks that need to be done in the setting of the dynamization of the activities of GT, and it's good to know that we have this sectorial chambers that have been formed, and starting from them, we have other players that are going to be listened to. And there's another dimension that really caught my attention as well in the point of view of governance, and it is something that is very challenging for all of us to this day when we realize public procurement, which is the insertion of the social participation. Maybe is one of the biggest challenges of GTE in observing the successful cases that we have in the public administration and the government, and verifying how in an intelligent and effective way the introduction of the participation of the person who is going to benefited since the constitution. So the participation that is not only about the finalization of the process to be evaluated, but to include in the conception and the monitoring, and of course, obviously, insert in the segment of our society or important part of the societies in the evaluation. The participation in that case is very important, exactly. So the people who are formalizing and think about politics and has this technical knowledge, feeling what is the necessities, the experiences of the policies that have been realized in the international cases that already point out very important elements for this insertion. But is it this additional challenge for the plan? If the plan is being formulated or intends to formulate an action of digital inclusion, especially for more vulnerable groups, which is in its essence rescue of the government of the state for the population that needs this the most. This pretension is the fundamental axis of the fundamentalization of the plan, and this participation, even if it's of segments of the population and organized segments, it can be a path that is fundamental for us to be able to have effectiveness of the functioning of these policies. So, since the conception, the public policies that needs to be well realized, it needs to be born well, it needs to start well. And we are in the moment that is very special of the conception of the national plan, getting good experiences, realizing this self perception when it comes to fragile things, and being able to advance. So, going back to the coordination and administration, the process of learning is very important between the parts of the government that are already advanced. Dr. Juliano has reflected about this, the satisfaction of seeing a very matured program in the case of Mac, and bringing this experience, good experiences for the good practice of this experiences for the others. It's such an important task when it comes to coherence, and very important also to strengthen institutionalization of the program itself. So the responsibilities of each part of the government. So don't have an advanced ministry and another one still behind. So we can have this aspect of the synergy that we need and that we need to comprehend and visualize in the public administration. So we have islands of excellence, and as we said, in islands we cannot foresee the connectivity and the connection of those lines and making everybody grow in the rhythm that is appropriate to the concretization of the national plan. So the plan and the conceptions of national plans are always extremely challenging in this aspect. How to unite different experiences, more mature, others not, and how to do this process of coordination that would not hurt the policies and at the same time would have repercussion in a solidified way with what we're proposing, which is diminishing the distances and making the population to be served well of these digital instruments. So we give the message. I don't know, Professor Marcio, if I answered the question of how to do it, but I talk as an integrant of the legislative power that has as one of its missions to observe the executive power and their actions, and that has the satisfaction to observe when this government and other governments and all the governments can respond well, if they respond well to which is being proposed, and that they can effectively promise and then realize. So it's not only about the electoral agenda, it's the public commitment and public value. This is very important. So coming back here soon, I can see that the themes of AudioCon will see a scenario even more complete afterwards to keep monitoring and having the results and still incentivizing the administration to do what we hope for, to come to the end and understand the plannings, do the deliverables, and realize all the cycle of knowledge and learning curve. And if today we're still in the beginning, but there's a promise, a future that can be very promising. It will depend a lot on this concretization of what we have today on the stage of agenda for the rest of the cycle of this big plan. So I'll finish my participation here. Thank you for the presence of all of you. Thank you. In fact, the question.
Actually, the question I made was quite impossible, but it was a provocation. Thank you a lot for your considerations. You have great points here, and we see here several instances of public power here. To altogether, I believe it could have 30 chairs, considering the complexity of our topic. But it is a point that is problematic in Brazil. The point of the difficulty that we got with the data in get to integrate all things that should be done. I remember that when we consolidated the norms of the unified health system, I asked how many policies existed. They said 12, 13, 15. The most radical said 18, but we found out there were 42, and we only found out after we had organized the regulations because they were quite disorganized, quite chaotic. So, taking into consideration what Beatriz brought up, it is quite difficult to study Brazil because Brazil is not a country easily comparable to others. When it comes to regulations, a developing country, people claim they have a deficit of institutional organization, but it does not apply to Brazil. So we need to look at the whole world in all its dimensions in order to mirror ourselves up. I'll go briefly now. I would ask you to restrain to 5 minutes only. I got a few questions from the audience. I'd like to make mine, but I'm supposed to shut up now and I'll go to theirs instead. So, Ana Beatriz, there are two questions for you. First, wouldn't it be the moment to try to create centers of web citizenship and digital literacy together with politics of integrating connectivity? Marcelo from the Welfare Institute in Brazil. And Guilherme Marques asks, what is the role of the AS system together with technical schools and telecenters in this work? Would you remind me only, he said centers, the word he used? Okay, I don't know exactly what he refers when he says web citizenship centers together with connectivity policies in an integrated way. But what I can tell you is that I don't know exactly about the centers, how they are concepted, but concerning politics, this is what we are trying to do. I mean, uh, in the technical citizenship, digital citizenship chamber, we've been discussing questions concerning literacy, and there is also PNID, but it's another aim that we got inside the CIT digital is to integrate politics of qualification concerning digital literacy and special technologization and research as well. And concerning digital literacy, we are coordinating together with Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Science and Technology, and Ministry of Labor, and uh, Ministry of Development and Industry, together with the civil cabinet, we are working on measures concerning digital literacy, and maybe we can look if it's not the case of getting an integrated policy through PNID. And if it's not enough, be honest. I beg your pardon if I do not know the meaning of web's citizenship centers. About S system, they have always also participated on these initiatives of qualification and capacitation. Uh, uh, Ministries of Education, Labor, and Development are making specific demands of capacitation and qualification for the S system. MEC has an opportunity. We are trying to coordinate PROPAG. It's the substitution of the debts of the states for investment in technical and uh, professional qualification, and we are coordinating with the SNE and the S system uh, the gaps of offer and necessities demand of each state, and how we can fill. And obviously the S system has S system institutions have an important role. It's quite challenging because it's coordination not only about federative entities but also other entities. Considering qualification and capacitation, we are doing the most we can concerning federal government, but it also has to do with states. So we try to make recommendations, and our action has a limit, has a scope. Anyway, system as here will be crucial, and we count on them on this collaboration from the diagnostic of uh, offer and necessity gap. Thank you very much. I was kidding here with Giuliano that the programs and governmental policies in Brazil are so complex that sometimes people talk about a program and we don't even know what it is about. Another set of questions that I will do to Ana Dalfabro, actually two questions. First, from the Welfare Institute in Brazil, does MEC have plans for PEC or other funds can help paying the local network? And another thing question is if MEC thinks to integrate and politics to integrate communities from the outskirts, especially concerning integrated connection. Okay, perfect. Two excellent questions about. I will start by the second one because it's a little bit about what we have been trying to do concerning federal politics. Uh, School ending up serving as a connectivity center to community. So where we have reached from learning connectivity in schools. For example, we've always organized a network that is a closed link for the school itself, and there is the open link for a reduced broadband for community access. It is great because that if either one way or another, the school ends up being a place that will help the community. Sometimes it's the only place where there is electricity. We also slump on criticisms from the schools because they don't want to take part of their signal and give it to community. But we have been trying, obviously, to do that where we arrive directly with federal politics. But it doesn't necessarily happen when educational boards themselves offer connectivity. When it comes to continuity, we have a challenge now, a big one, concerning this connectivity front, that is understanding that today we we have a clear scenario of the cost that is new in federal budget of providing connectivity to all school facilities and equipments. So we participate a lot in international debate with UNESCO and UNICEF, GIGA, and this debate of sponsoring, sustainably sponsoring connectivity is something quite tricky. I've been to a Giga event and several strategies in different countries with less resources. Many of them still depend on development banks in order to give this connectivity, to make this connectivity lab. The Brazilian model of using the universalization of telecommunication fund as a important sponsor for this connectivity, especially now for the first time we have already used the FUST fund resources, and we have been through an internal discussion. I can't go come with an answer right now, but we have been discussing this internally, and we understand we need to organize funds better. And obviously, federal funds have become something more challenging to count on. Uh, and what we have discussed is from the telecommunication sector, they have a role, a long-term role, to design a more sustainable model with this challenge of financing coming from the federal sphere, comparing from to depending on Fundeb resources from states and municipalities, but we also see education secretariats being protagonists in hiring this connectivity. So anyway, what I can tell you in advance is that this model of long-term sustainability, I still, it's not closed yet. It hasn't been closed yet, but we have been reached to a way to simplify this structure that has become quite complex to be managed. And surely we'll need to think on how sectorial funds such as FUST can help in this long-term sustainability in a design where federal government can coordinate, monitor, it's essential, but also giving partnered responsibility to other entities on this long-term strategy. This local look at collectivity is also absolutely important, and networks have been demanding this bigger protagonism. The way we have seen it, it's a mixture of federal together with sources, existing educational sources that can be come as a complement along with Fundeb, but that we also will be able to get a more relevant role in the continuity of this, because this is another input that is quite essential for the networks. Each education secretariat must have this relevant role, as well as other supplies that are included in the educational structure of the school. It should be looked with more attention and direct coordination as well. Thank you very much. I'm gonna pass two questions to Rafael because there are several questions to Juliano. I'll try to manage time here. The two questions are about Congress matters. First, PEC 47 2021 that tends to add digital inclusion as a part of the fundamental rights in the federal constitution. Which benefits can a citizen get from this? And from Robson Araújo da Frota. And another from question, is it possible to think about uh, budget markers of actions and federal programs of digital inclusion in the federal sphere? Okay, I managed to make it work. Thanks for the questions. Two quite interesting ones. The first one about the classical debate. If you include it in the Constitution, it will happen. It may be interesting as a legislator's decision to make it a constitutional issue, a constitutional topic. However, it demands a concretization, making it real. Obviously, the constitutional test is an institutional stimulation, but to make it concrete in reality, it demands many other regulations and obviously action. How to make that right, that may be constitutional, to become concrete in reality. Only being there at the Constitution is not enough. It is a strong element. Obviously it is an element that will demand action from the state, yeah. But it's only the beginning of a conversation. So being at a constitution can be an additional element to assure this right and make it formally fundamental and constitutional, but it leads more to occurring reality. Concerning markers, I'm not a budget person, but I understand it's quite important to make these markers present in budget because budget is and it must be much more a planning instrument and not only a fictional document. So these markers might be quite important to help uh, the planning of such resources and to make concrete use of them in the end, understand how they really happen. So this may be an important solution. This may be a solution that will make it feasible, monitoring the use of such resources. And Professor Marcio, I would like to tell a little bit more. I was listening to the colleagues, and the Federal Court of Accounts has been stimulating a lot the use of technology. And so the challenge here, the challenge of everybody who's here, is to the institutional innovation, how to institutionalize mechanisms, innovative management instruments to overcome adversity, understand how to use different sectoral funds, get out of that box, and thinking alternatively in a way that would be interesting and feasible and possible. With a partnership, a longship with the National Congress, with a law project with some change, uh, making the limitations existing in our laws today to be overcome through adaptation because law must be adapted to reality. So, donating to the administration the structure and the tools to overcome the challenges. Thank you very much. And we still have a few more questions. I will direct them to Juliano. Juliano, Beatriz Tibiriçá from Digital Collective is asking, can we consider that the structure is available, but literacy and access are lacking? Uh, what are the uh, what is the program for computers for inclusion? Is there a connectivity policy in the scope of Ministry of Communication to make landline internet access more accessible? Well, I will first of all I will try to go through the questions here because I know I had around 40 minutes more to finish that. Oh no, 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 not that. Was kidding. Okay, if we consider the infrastructure is available, but there is no regulation and literacy, somehow it's yes, it is. If we consider the most traditional models, is we are now arriving to the tail, so we need to take care of those access which are much more difficult and they uh, pick up much more resources concerning network, but there is something more important that we want to incorporate in PANIT. It's the availability of structures. It must have the concept of contemporary quality. It's not worth if I say that our internet place is assisted because there is a public phone. It's not better assisted because today the population is not assisted only with a public phone. So I cannot consider properly assisted a community with ADSL connection. I cannot consider properly attended a community with 3G technology. We need to be attentive and aware to, as long as the use of connectivity evolves, infrastructure has to join it, or else we will be stuck in a moment in time. And today, our diagnosis is that the challenge is much bigger today to improve our indicators of digital abilities, digital skills, even financial accessibility and safety. Today, they seem to be have overpassed the ability of taking the network to all the national territory.
And we miss the regulation. It's a little bit broad, but if you think of this regulatory state, it's important for all those aspects in a way with the best mechanisms possible the state to regulate all the solutions. So the programs of the computer for all, I don't have data that is concrete. I know that last year we've reached the Ministry of Education could effectively if it was more than 15,000 building capacity building, and this is a number 8 times bigger from the history of the Ministry of Communication. So it's such a big leap for us, and we can see how this is not even tickles when we think in a Brazil as a whole, but each of the computers that were donated and those trainings that were done is something that is very valuable to us. It's important to remember that is a question that has been done directed to Bia at the beginning, that this program also beyond reform, doing the reform of the computers and following up the all the pieces of uh, tailings. It does this capacity building for the digital skills of communities that are not that are foreseen. The significant access in households, as I was saying before, if we think in terms of networks and disponibility of networks, the Brazil is all fiber right now. If we think that there's this absence of infrastructure for the household residential market, I don't know if it's the case in a more broad way. We have the communities that are far away, further away, and it's interesting for you to know that in this program, Connected North is more than 12,000 kilometers installed in rivers. This project has a capacity building for the communities around the rivers and indigenous communities, which is the digital influence that is coming. So all those communities are receiving training for security and digital literacy, basic digital literacy and capacity building to take advantage of this connectivity for commerce, for buying what's necessary for the community and selling their craft and fishery. And there's this integration once more between soft and hard when it comes to equipment and capacity building. Thank you. Well, we have the last question. If you could please do it also. Well, we've received a question from Flavia that asks what is the position of the government on the fact of the big access of the internet is throughout a mobile dispositives with that after being executed they restrict the access of the target. We don't have a official position when it comes to this theme. The official position that we have is that we are doing initializing the conversations of negotiations with the operators. So the so this apps of government is basics. Some of them have a series of other apps of government. So it's a conversation we're having with MGI and Anatel and other operatives on the applications of Meta. We understand that WhatsApp is now a critical infrastructure almost with their good and bad sides. And a position official of the government about this, we have a series of conversations to try as a meta with the inclusion, citizenship, and fraud. And we're just initializing this conversation, but this is the two bridges, the operation itself and the providers also, and the telephone operators. We are in this front with MGI and Ethel, with the Meta specifically. I don't know if we have so much to do in such small time period of time. So we are talking with Meta, but it doesn't depend on on Meta. So well, thank you. We are on time. We came back to the time of the event and thanking your presence and the generosity of all the members of the panel for their explanations. And I see this panel first. We can go to the next phase. Thank you. We thank the presence of all the participants of the second panel mediated by Márcio Aranho. In this moment, we are going to have a brief interval. We're going to come back in 10 minutes for 4:20 p.m. and with the digitalization of the public sector. Thank you.
Psychic spies from China try to steal your mind's elation. Little girls from Sweden dream of silver screen quotations. If you want these kind of dreams, it's Californication. It's the edge of the world and all of Western civilization. Some may rise in the east, at least it settles in a final location. It's understood that Hollywood sells Californication. Searching very well to break the spell of aging. Celebrity skin, is this your chin? Is that the war you're waging? Or spying in the coy? Ferry to the world, be my very own constellation. Teenage bride with the baby inside, getting high off information. Buy me a star on the boulevard, it's Californication. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Cobain, can you hear the spew singing songs out station to station? Now the run's not far away, it's Californication.
Boa tarde, dando um recado rápido, está sendo servido um coffee break aqui no hall do auditório, tá? Estão todos convidados.
Everybody's been there, and I don't mean on vacation. But spying in the court. Trouble. Oh no, I never meant to do you harm. They spun I see you calling. I didn't wanna leave you like that. It's 5 in the morning, yeah, yeah. 100 on the dash, 'cause my wheels are rolling. Ain't taking my foot off the gas. And it only took one night to see the end of the line. Staring deep in your eyes. Dancing on the edge, trying to take it too far. It's messing with my head, I don't mess with your heart. If you wake up in your bed, alone in the dark, I'm sorry. Gotta leave before you love me. So good at knowing of when to leave the party behind. Don't care if they notice, yeah, yeah, no. I'll just get her right. I'd rather be lonely, yeah, than wrapped around your body too tight. Yeah, I'm the type to get naked, won't give my heart up for breaking. 'Cause I'm just gonna be staying. Dancing on the edge, but the say it's up to you. I know we're one, just me and you. I can't go on. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. One day you came around, like an earthquake. You moved my land. You left me speechless when your kiss were mine. And ever since, baby, I can assure that my eyes have been blind. I've got a fever for you, and it's burning inside. 'Cause your touch ignites the heat of my heart.
Hoje venho aqui falar sobre o programa do PA. Nós do Quilombo de Tambaiaçu. Hoje estamos cadastrados, mas você não sabe quanto foi difícil a gente conseguir. Então, o programa do PA ele é um programa muito importante para as comunidades quilombola, indígena, tradicionais. Mas a maioria das comunidades não acessa porque tem a dificuldade de acessar. Há uma burocracia muito grande dentro desse cadastro para que as pessoas possam ser
Solicitamos a todos os presentes que ocupem seus lugares e, por gentileza, mantenham seus aparelhos eletrônicos.
We ask everyone who's present to take your seats and put your mobile phones on silent mode, please.
graças a Deus conseguimos se inscrever pela FONAP. Fomos aprovados na primeira fase. Mas vocês não imaginam o quanto foi difícil para que nós pudéssemos continuar, porque a nossa staff não estava atualizada. E foi muita dificuldade, mas graças a Deus conseguimos atualizar. Hoje venho aqui falar sobre o programa do PA. Nós do Quilombo de Tambaiaçu, hoje estamos cadastrados, mas você não sabe
Áudio e vídeo 10 segundos.
Audio and video, 10 seconds.
Para proferir a palestra,
To profess the word of the
convidamos ao
digital inclusion, we invite the
Alberto de
Alberto Carvalho Friedman from the Federal Court of Accounts. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Roberto de Carvalho Friedman, auditor of TCU, which is the Federal Court of Accounts, and I'm going to talk about the accessibility, digital accessibility in the public sector. But before that, I'd like to present ourselves. We are from AUSTI, the Specialized Audit in Technology of Information, and AUSTI is in Sexex Estado, which is the External Control Secretariat and Innovation and Digital Transformation in the state. HC and TCU has been realizing work in this digital governance for a while. I'm going to talk about a few examples. We have the agreement of the plenary that talks about the paradigm of the digital government of the public administration, and the agreement 3.145 that talks about the accompanying of the digital transformation. The next year, 1784 for the evaluation of the structural measurements. And now a recent work of ours, the agreement 744 2025 for the evaluation of the public services in digital areas, with the methodology of evaluation of the quality of the public services in digital mode. And coming through this theme of digital accessibility, the first thing is the concept that I like to say. Some people are probably not familiarized with this term of digital accessibility, is to eliminate barriers in the digital means. So guaranteeing any people with or without disabilities are capable to access and understand and utilize digital um, platforms without those conditions. And having those digital solutions, we're talking about in a most broad way, and having those governmental websites and apps of smartphone and cell phones, digital services, public services, and systems in general. I'd like to begin with a provocation. For instance, a button inside of a app or a portal doesn't have this title being the description of what the bottom is, what it's for. And a blind citizen, for instance, cannot conclude a public service by themselves. So some people probably questioning themselves, oh, this is so specific. Maybe few people would have this kind of problem, but is it really? Let's take a look at the figures. Through IBGE of 2022, 18.6 million of Brazilians have some kind of deficiency at that time, practically 9% of the Brazilian populations. And worldwide, I am the WHO determined that 1.3 billion people in the world, around 16% of the worldwide population, is a lot of people. So the digital accessibility is not this specific niche, it's the public policies for millions of Brazilian citizens. So it's very severe when it comes to new digital solutions, and we're not thinking about the digital accessibility. When it comes to the main deficiencies, we have physical, motor, intellectual, mental, and people with low vision or non-vision at all, intellectual deficiencies, Down syndromes, ADHD, or any other cognitive deficiencies, multiple deficiencies where a person has more than one type of deficiency. And in relation to the references of this theme, we have a lot of them. The legal, with the law 13.146, which is the person with disabilities, and commercial companies in Brazil need to have accessibility, digital accessibility. and we have guidelines, international guidelines on the theme, especially WCAG that is being used or worldwide, and the Brazilian model IMAG, and two ABNTs that treat specifically of this theme. One about the apps in smartphone, and the other recently published, the 17225 in 2025, that talks about applications in web, which is the translation of the WCHG, which is very important, this translation. We have accessibility booklets in the web, uh, better practices, and automized tools to evaluate those solutions that are accessible digitally. Not that these tools are enough, because they usually evaluate around 30-40% of the criteria of accessibility, digital accessibility, that are necessary. They're very good, they're very important, but parallel to this, we need also that specialists will realize tests to verify those criterias that those tools cannot evaluate. And a lot of people are asking themselves probably, and how does this work? How can we develop solutions that are accessible digitally? So the idea is for us to be able to structure and format those solutions, the code to be exported of those apps in a way that is compatible to the technologies that are interfaces of the final users and the solutions. So the idea is that we can structure and format those codes in a way that those technologies will understand that is inside that code. So going back to this simple example of the bottom inside of the app, it's important for us to create a description of that button, informing that button, why is it, what is it for, what's the behavior of the solution when that button is pressed, in a way that those technologies will understand and pass on this information for the final user. So the technologies that are being assisted for disabilities, we have one or more those of those technologies that are associated. They could be apps, softwares as the screening or recognition, voice recognition, or any devices as a keyboard that is adapted for braille. And thinking of all these topics, we had this fiscalization. What was the first evaluation? We tried it to be as broad as possible. We created those questions, and we gave it to the institutions, and 288 answered our questions. And we had portals, 250 83 53 services, 283 portals, and 98 apps. The difference in numbers is that some institutions don't have those digital public services or even apps. So talking a little bit about the structure of the questioning, we had 42 main questions, and we divided them in 7 dimensions. And we could evaluate the institutional part of the organs when it comes to the systems, and the technical development of the solutions that we've selected to be evaluated. So we evaluated the governance of the organs related to this theme, design, development of the solutions that we selected to be evaluated, and the WCHG, when you talked about the test on the development, and we analyzed the structure of the training and organizational culture inside of the institutions, the structure to oversee the people with with disabilities, the continuous improvement of the solutions, because it's no use for us to only develop those accessibility issues. We also have to maintain those accessible solutions throughout time. So it's important to have processes that are internal, well controlled in the organs, in a way that when happens the updates and solutions that are frequent, and the updating of content interface and app, when happens those updates, there are not be created new barriers. And the last dimension of transparency and promotion of accessibility, in which we've verified that the solutions are giving the information in a level of accessibility of them, for instance. And we've done an average of all the questionnaire and related to accessibility. And parallel to this, we had a international research of better practices to verify in which position Brazil is, if it's advanced in comparison to other countries, or if it's delayed when it comes to this theme in other countries, and try to seek better practices and identify them in other countries so we can bring this for to our context, Brazilian context. So these are one of the first graphs of results of our inspection, trying to explain the part of the questionnaire. Each one of those 7 dimensions we've analyzed inside of a scale of 0 to 10. And in this scale, we divide it in 5 notes. So when the notes is those we the grades, we separated the grades. So we have regular 7.9, good 8.9, insufficient would be 5 to 6.9, and bad would be 5. So when you look at the graphs, you can verify that the results were not very encouraging. But now I also need to have a caveat, because we identify the digital accessibility is a worldwide challenge. It's not only inside of Brazil. So it's very hard to develop all the solutions in the government 100% accessible to all types of people. So really is a global challenge. When we look at the first column of general notes, we can verify that 85% of the organs that have been overseen, 288 responded, 88% has fallen in this grade that we consider to be bad. So grades below 5. So the dimension that has been emphasized is the design of development, which is more technical, in which we evaluated the development, the technical development of the solutions that we've selected. But even this dimension and the other dimensions, there is a lot of space for improvement. So this is a positive thing. There's a lot of space for improvement in this theme. In relation to the results of the solutions that were evaluated, the results were not very encouraging either. 45% of the public services that were evaluated, 39% of those governmental apps, and 33% of those governmental portals also have fallen into this bad grade of below 5. So when we compare those 3 types of solutions, we will generate another caveat, because the solutions that are even more utilized for the citizens, the apps and in the mobile phones and the digital public services, today we have more than 4,000 public services that are digital. They had this performance that were inferior for the governmental processes. So it's important for us to be able to develop and improve in an uniform way in all the channels that are available, all the digital channels that are for the citizens. So when it comes to number, on our evaluation, we have so many figures, and I couldn't go through all of them here, but I'm gonna bring the main ones so you can have an idea of the dimensions that we're going to face. In terms of norms, 39% of the organs that have been monitored don't follow any guidelines when it comes to digital accessibility, no international or the Brazilian model. 69% do not adopt WCAG, which is the most important reference in the theme, is adopted internationally. 56% do not adopt EMAG, which is our Brazilian model. When it comes to hiring, 68% of the institutions do not establish requirements of accessibility on their contractions of IT. So we're hiring fabrics of software to develop apps or portals or services, and we're not charging for those solutions to have accessibility. In terms of development, 70% do not test their solutions throughout the development. So we're creating a bunch of solutions. We have more than 4,000 public services that are digital, and we are not testing them to be accessible. In terms of support, 54% do not offer channels of help that are accessible. So beyond the difficulty of this public to utilize solutions, when they need a channel to help them, of support, they cannot find a support of accessible channel. In terms of transparency, 85% of the organs do not inform the level of accessibility of their solutions, and this is making it difficult the public planning. In relation to numbers of solutions related to solutions that we've evaluated, we identified a number of severe problems that will make it impossible for those solutions to be made. So 39% do not guarantee the accessible authentication. So the problems are starting on the authentication. The user cannot even put their login and password in this governmental service or public service in alone. They're gonna need somebody else to help them to authenticate inside of the solutions. 35% do not and don't guarantee the functionality through keyboard, and this will impact people directly with motor disabilities. They utilize the keyboard to navigate those solutions. So it's very important that this governmental digital solutions in the private sector are 100% utilized by the keyboard. Otherwise, those users are going to have some functionalities that are not going to be able to utilize. 54% of the institutions do not worry about the accessible multimedia. So those institutional videos without audio, without transcription, without audio description. So a lot of people are going to be without understanding those videos. 27% do not guarantee practices with colors. They are not worried about the construct of the background and the information that are being shown on the screen. And the worry into not having the information through our color, because this impacts people who are colorblind. So having all this data analysis, there were a lot of data that we needed to analyze. We had those possible ways so we can advance in a consistent way in this theme of accessibility, digital accessibility. So the first thing that we saw is that platforms that are centralized and uniform and have this pattern of digital platforms that they can elevate the technical level of those solutions. So we've verified that those governmental portals that were inside of the GovBR platform, those portals had better performance in relation to the portals outside of this platform. So in relation to international benchmarking, we verified that frequent measurements and transparency of the results really has generated good impacts, and the countries that are adopting this methodology, they can advance in a consistent way when it comes to digital accessibility. So the idea of selecting first what are the solutions that are going to be evaluated, and then evaluate the solutions, identify the problems, and then we have a small deadline of 3 months so all these problems are solved. And then after, we're going to have the publishing of those results. The countries that have been using this methodology, they can advance in a consistent way inside this theme. Countries that are only having those measurements in like 2 years without correction or publishing of the results, they cannot advance. They are stopped in time or even going backwards. In relation to the following up of our fiscalization since the beginning didn't have the intention of being an audit of conformity. Our idea was not to verify if the organs are with the digital accessibility, for instance. Our idea since the beginning was to launch the systems inside of the organs and induct the better practices inside of those um, institutions that are being monitored. So we've created this questionnaire with a lot of cares in a way that it would be a reference for the better of the improvement of those um, methodology. So I think we were very successful when we had this feedback of the institutions that they gave us in regards to our questionnaire.
So we do not carry out formal purposes on this work. We only send suggestions to superior institutions, OGS, in order to make these institutions make them able to induce good practices in their own institutions, in the institutions under their supervision. So we suggested the implementation of the monitoring national cycle frequently with stimulated the adoption of platforms with migration and native accessibility, getting a program, a national program of qualification, continuous qualification in digital accessibility, publishing a practical guide, national practical guide of digital accessibility, and the translation of the last version of WCAG was a great point. We considering the adoption of WCAG as main regulation reference here in Brazil, and create and maintain a national testers bank with disabilities. We had the biggest difficulty in finding people trained in assessing such solutions and verifying if they are accessible, digitally accessible. So my time's elapsing, and I would like to leave two final thoughts for you about this topic. First of all, digital accessibility, it enhances human capacities, it strengthens citizenship and digital inclusion, and it also benefits all the population. Digital accessibility is for everybody. It's a prerequisite for people with disability, but it also benefits the elderly when they develop some kind of visual or motor disability. It also benefits people with temporary limitations, somebody who's broken an arm, for example. It helps people in adverse environments, people who are getting back home on a bus with a lot of noise, and this person is able to understand the institutional video because it video has subtitles or transcriptions. And finally, uh, digital accessibility is not only a technical or legal requisite, it's much more than that. Actually, it is the expression of the human human being dignity in the digital world. Because without digital inclusion, we are excluding millions of Brazilian citizens of exerting their rights in the digital environment, and it is quite serious. We need to talk a little bit more about it. So our agreement has already been uh, done. It's 2099, 2025. Minister Antonio Anastasia was responsible for reporting it. So we have this QR code and more info on our page about it. The data panel with all the results of our supervision, and we truly expect in this little time I was able to inspire you about the importance of the digital inclusion, of digital accessibility. I think it's crucial because our lives are becoming more and more digital, and I really expect you to help us to, you know, help in with this cause of accessibility in the public institutions you work and you have access, and inside the private sector as well. Thank you, all of you. Have a good afternoon. We thank the auditor Alberto Friedman for his presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue with the third and last panel for today about the pains of the digital excluded. We take the chance to tell you that those who participate here in person can use the form distributed by our group from the Federal Court of Account to make questions at the end of also on YouTube. At the end of each section, the questions will be given to the moderator. We invite the founder and chief editor of Teletime, Mr. Manuel Possebon, to be the moderator. The coordinator of sectorial studies and qualitative methods of CETIC.br and NIC.br, Graziela Castello. The project manager in OLAB, acting on initiatives Preta Lab and Transporta 60 Plus, Joyce Santos. The coordinator, the executive coordinator of the National Coordination of Working with Community Black, Quilombola, and Rural Communities, CONAC, José Carlos Galiza. And the researcher for digital education in vulnerable groups from the University of Brasilia, Gabriela de Almeida Pereira. I pass the floor to the panel moderator, Samuel Possebon, who conducts the panel and the debate from now on. Okay, above all, first of all, I'd like to introduce myself. I am Samuel Possebon from the publication, from the media public Teletime. We are specialized in telecommunications. We've been joining this market since 1998. It's already been 27 years of sectorial coverage, joining the most important events at telecommunications market every single day, especially public policies. This is a topic we have been joining closely since Telebras system privatization. So we have a picture of everything that has happened so far. And for this reason, this is the reason why the Federal Court of Account has invited me for this panel. I am really honored, and I will try to contribute to this debate, bringing these topics that are so relevant. Whenever we talk about digital exclusion in the environment, digital environment in inclusion that we see here, we see the how big challenges in Brazil are, and we see that public policies that have been designed in telecommunication sector since I have started this market almost 30 years ago, has always had as a purpose the inclusion and the universalization of communication services. It has always been the objective since the Telecommunications General Law and the other politics implemented since then. We can't deny throughout the day you have already joined and you know that the advances have been quite significant in the last years, reaching a point that we are connected enough as part, and it's part indissociated of the rights of some citizenship and our lives, and it's considered an asset already recognized as part of constitutional rights given to all Brazilians. However, when we look at the numbers, and we'll have the chance to hear a little bit more in the presentation that will be carried out by Graziella, despite all these advances and accomplishments, some of them given by public policies, among others, because there was a technological evolution and of services, even though we still have a lot of challenges to be overcome, and above all, considering the excluded inclusion, the inclusion of those groups on our society that have always been excluded from public policies, either for either due to social and economical issues, either for the absence of adequate policies, either for the divisions that our society has been carrying for centuries. These challenges are here today for the telecommunication sector, and we cannot talk about public policies without taking into consideration. As a journalist, I've already noticed this in the last years, and there is a growing concern with digital inclusion, and mainly significant connectivity. It's a step beyond. It's more than only including digitally. It's about including people with quality, with a purpose for this inclusion. It's not only passing cables in front of a school or next to somebody's door, but make them really use that connectivity with a purpose. However, challenges are enormous because the social challenges we have been facing are enormous too. Considering this introduction on what we are about to discuss and understand the complexity of such problems, mainly close to sectors that advocate for economic digital inclusion, all kinds of inclusion in their agendas and priorities, in the priorities of policies. This is what we are going to discuss on this board here. So, in order to give a sequence to our presentations and envisage the debate and in our day, I will kindly ask Graziella Castello, responsible today for the coordination inside CETIC EBR of the analysis and researches considering connectivity. I'll ask her to bring her point of view and a little bit of science so we can give a basis to our discussion before we put on the cases here. So, Graziella, on my right side here, I would like you to do your presentation. I only don't know, I guess the microphone is not on. The bottom back there. Thank you, Samuel. Okay, I'll need this. Good afternoon, everybody. It is a great pleasure to be here with such an inspiring board. I'm eager to hear all of you. I would like to thank the Federal Court of Account for inviting me, for all the work you have been developing. First of all, I would like to thank you very much and talk about CETIC. For those who don't know, we have been producing statistics and studies for 20 years about impacts and digital technology. It's a department from nic.br, linked to the cg.br, the in, in, technology committee in Brazil. It's a model quite recognized internationally, and we are proud of it. So, inside this institution and our abbreviations, in the last 2 years, we have been dedicated more strongly throughout this idea of significant connectivity, especially until 2024, when we released the study to measure the significant connectivity in Brazil. And as a result of this data analysis, uh, in 2023, TIC households that it's research we've been making to access families access to digital technologies. We revealed a portrait which is not so beautiful from our Brazilian society. The good news is that our federal government has grabbed this portrait to work on it. In other contexts, in other country, we wouldn't have the courage of revealing this. This result, the partnership with the ITO and the presidency and in G20, in order to establish a methodology to indicate the this digital significance in 6 dimensions. It also results in a publishment about the BRICS situation, considering significant connectivity now in July 2025 under Brazilian presidency. And since last year, it has become a great partnership with CEPAL concerning Latin American countries. Fernando Rojas will probably talk about it tomorrow. And I need to tell you that everything was born from this pink book on our website, trying to think how we could measure this concept that started to be debated more deeply in literature from that time on. We had the scenery in Brazil. In 2023, we had 85% of internet users in Brazil. We know 16% of people is not few people. It's about the population of Venezuela that has never been connected. But anyway, 84% somehow seemed like universalization. It shows us in 2023, 84% were internet users, and 95% of them use the internet every day. 15 years before, in 2008, we used to have only 1/3 of the users, and only 53% of them use the internet every day. We had we have a massive use and a massive of people and massive use that has become intense. So it seems like we are getting into universalization. But do people have the same conditions of access? And as we said before, this significant connectivity, considering the literature and the reference that we had, for example, A for AI, GGIP, the Alliance for Accessible Internet, and UIT, landmark for access to internet. Uh, what we did was, through considering these references, we adapted what we got. We got that research in Brazilian households every year, and we try to address this phenomenon. The difference from the way we looked at it is that we assume that significant connectivity is a multidimensional phenomenon, uh, depends on a lot of conditions. accessibility, quality, the devices, where they can access. Do they have the right to access internet whenever they want? Do they have the financial resources for the quality of internet they need, quality of data they need? And they are all materialized in the individual. Because when we look at national metric, we think, okay, Brazil has 80% of users, 90% of connected homes. The speed, the average speed is higher. When we look at these isolated numbers, we don't see how it materializes in individuals. We need this to be present simultaneously. And this is the nature of this indicator. It departs from 9 indicators divided into 4 dimensions. Financial accessibility, it means considering the price to get internet at home, quality internet at home. And we made a ratio between their income and how much they pay. We had the mobile plans, and we understand that people who have prepaid mobile plans have more limited they are restricted in use because it's they can't use whatever they want. And when we mention access to devices, we had uh, devices per capita. In pandemics, we noticed more fundamentally mothers dividing their mobiles with their children, those who use them to work or to study. So, do we have enough devices for everybody? The use of desktops because it opens other possibilities, and having a computer at home. It's incredible. Some people have a computer at home and they don't use, and some others use the computer but do not have it at home. Then we looked at quality, speed, frequency of use, and the possibility of using internet in different places. This index from 0 to 9 has to do with having or not having all these characteristics. So we understand people should be at least 7 out of 9. However, in Brazil, with data from 2024, only 22% of all Brazilians have these 7 out of those 9 conditions. So it's a distant portrait of all those 90% of Brazilians. We are talking about minimum access, the minimum to have a quality navigation. Is it only bad news? No. If we look at the data and we reinforce the importance of monitoring, gradually we are advancing to a more positive scenario. The blue line is those who are connected significantly. The red line is almost null. We see that numbers are approaching, but quite slowly. From November on, we'll have the data for 2025. We want to monitor them, but the point is, uh, this is the data for Brazil as a whole. If we separate into regions, we'll see some people getting closer quicker and some others more slowly. So we noticed some differences, strong differences, considering urban area, gender gap. When we look at users on the internet, we used to say there was no difference between men and women, but it's
And I didn't bring data, but there's this important data when it comes to race and comparison to white people and black people. And this the data that I'd like to talk about is the population 60 plus having this biggest barriers, and this group that doesn't have significant connectivity. The youngers are very disfavorable as well, from 10 to 24 years, has this precarium connectivity data. So in very big inequalities in access to connectivity and market. They are coming in the market in a very unequal way, and we are perpetuating, if not even increasing, these inequalities and these inequalities of classes that are so big. And I'd like to spend my last 1 minute and 48 seconds to actually talk about the consequences of this. Is a indicator of access of quality quality access and connectivity. And when we associate these indicators with those digital skills, the importance of people knowing how to navigate and having the necessary means to have access to this digital world, the same graph, so in different formats. So when we look at the web graph, you can see it's only for users of the web, and we ask them if they have this ability, and how we advance in the levels of significant connectiveness, it increases exponentially, and it's a direct correlation. We're talking about three technical skills: accessing documents, installing an app, and the more critical ones is changing passwords, sets of privacy, and verified if the information is true on the internet. So we know that people with the lower levels of connectivity, they are more vulnerable. They're women, people with lower economical classes, with less schooling, and they're the ones who has less resources to mitigate the resources of the advancing in this digital world. And this will translate in the type of usage of this environment. So we separated a few activities, but if we look at the levels of significant it activities, they're not that different from the communication to use digital platforms and send messages or talk in the phone. So those activities are very important, but what we're talking about is that we have the Brazilian population connected and all the data being shared in the social media, and we talked a lot about that, and they not necessarily can go beyond that. They have the skills to try and understand what this means. From the other side, when we look at the transactions, we can see that the connectivity, it has a direct impact. The proportion of those who can access a public service that is digital and can do financing transactions on the internet or utilize it for work is directly correlated to connectivity. So if we can look to the number, it varies from 12 to 77% of the public criteria. So it goes from 20 something to 87% when financing transactions. So it's 4 times bigger of the people who can do these kinds of activities. So it's impossible for us to guarantee that the people will actually take advantage of this world that we are intensively living and all the spaces in our lives if they don't have the adequate conditions to access this universe. This is it. I think I went over a minute. Thank you. When we have the content, we don't punish the delay, so it's no problem. There's a series of questions that I'd like to explore with you, but we're going to conclude our presentations and hear now the problems and the cases, specific cases that exist in this dialogue between the concerns that were put for the social movement and the entities that are being represented here and that involve problems of exclusion and connectivity. So starting, we'd like to hear a little bit about the experience of Olabi. I don't know if it's Olabi or Alabi, but anyways, Joyce is going to speak a little bit about this experience of Petra Leby and Transform 60 Plus. If this presentation of connectivity and a future that is accessible to all, I'll pass the floor to Beth and I ask her to do her presentation. Well, thank you. Thank you for the invitation. TCU, which is the Federal Court of Accounts. It's a pleasure to be here speaking in behalf of Labi, Petra Labi, and Transborda 60, which are our two projects that I like to bring here and present a little bit about. And in behalf of Gabriela Ottini, Savivana Bahia, we are very happy with this invitation. This day has been very enriching for us. So thinking about the theme that has been brought to this table and this round table, of the digital exclusion, I'm going to present our project Preta Lab, which is a project of lab that gathered in network in a platform black women that were interested in getting into this market of technology, that black women that already have their projects, already work, and women who want to have this transition in career, and the ones that utilize the technologies in those professions, functions, work, and need to understand a little bit about the tools. So Preta Lab was born in 2017 with this goal, and we have Transborda Assistant, which is a little bit newer and that happened in the pandemic, to bring this digital literacy for people who are 60 plus, when without inventing anything, but understanding that they need the support. They always need the support to understand the tools of technology itself, so those people are more secure, not only digitally, without getting into fake news or fraud, to be secure to do a Pix or any other functions that they can do by themselves and develop by themselves. And they are insecure sometimes. The Someone younger doesn't have the patience to teach them. So it's a discussion that we wanted to bring, and this work needed to happen, and it was very good. It still happens throughout workshops and other discussions, and we've launched, with the help of the data of Nikki Harry, report that you can access. So it's Transborda 60 plus, and some information that have been raised that are very relevant when it comes to those people with 60 plus. But just to detail a little bit more how this work happens, I'm going to talk about Petrolap, which is a project that I am in front of, and happens. It started in 2017. So we could think about women, where were the black women, since it was a population with this huge unemployment and low income, and at the same time a market of technology so prosperous, with a lot of opportunity, good salaries, and good discussions, and then the difficulties that the women had getting into universities, doing those engineering courses. So this initiative was born with this questioning from Silvana when she tried to get into a course to do this program. She wanted to understand where those women were, and in this moment, she launched this initiative as a platform where women, black women that are from technology, can do the inscription subscription. That we have a profile, and we have a lot of women already subscribed, and the site will give them this to them. And we don't have even this one work of divulging which those women are, because thankfully a lot of them are already in the market. They're already going into the market and developing their projects, and we have women that are hiring other women. So we have a lot of success cases and victories to talk about. And in the pandemic, when everything was very weird, everything was closing up, Silvana had the necessity to offer those quick courses in programming for those women that were at home with difficulty of finding jobs. So many difficulties, and we started to have our formation cycles of 3-4 months, more or less, of graduation and coding. We don't have the intent of being in school, but we're already in our 14th edition of those formations, with a lot of supporters that helped us developing this work and cycles that are administered by teams of women, black women, teachers, monitors, and all the team that is in the background. So we have, in this sense, offering those graduations, we gave this space for exchange for them as well, and they can move in those networks. We have a community that is only growing, and they can share the work opportunities, events, seminars, informations, and so many others, discussions and tools and updates that the technologies will make feasible all the time. So they're movementing themselves, moving in those and maintaining this network to be active, to be alive. And we had a lot of good outcomes and students that came with us. A lot of them were unemployed and having functions in commerce, and a lot of women that obviously have those important occupations for them. But today we can start to understand that they are getting into this market of technology. We have older students that are now teachers. We have entrepreneurs that were our students and that they are hiring, and students that started on the ABCs of our course and now are into universities and talking about those victories for us. We think about this, but we think about this power of these women being united, and it has been really good to be able to share this in the seminar and our work, our daily work. So with this, also to present our project Transborda 60 Mais, that has the intent of bringing the difficulties that people over 60 have, and they need to be seen when it comes to tools, the utilization of websites and the apps, cell phones, everything that proportionate for those people, but the 60 plus that need this kind of care, this attention, this point of view, for them to be able to utilize it with security. And when we gather these people in our workshops and we understand that we have a lot to learn, we're not offering a lot. It's an exchange, so that is very special because they see it as resilience. They have such a patience to learn, such humility to learn with younger people, and between themselves we have teachers that are 60 plus, and we started to understand that when a person is 60 plus and they're teaching each other, they have this will to learn and they learn very well. So we've been seeing very interesting situations when we think about that. Of course, is a work, when you think about black women, we are only around 1,800 in this platform, and it's at all disposal of the whole Brazil. And we know that this work, little by little, will be more popular and it will reach so many more, and we can still tell those stories of theirs. And thinking about people who are older than 60, to understand that we have a lot to learn with them, with the necessities, with the demands, and everything that we have from experience of memory and tranquility to learn and to teach. So this work has been conducted with a lot of care, with a lot of affection, and we've received a lot of invitations to keep this exchange going and keep this work going and to exchange it with other institutions and organizations and collectives that work with other people, kind of people, not only 60 plus or black women, but we want to talk with the people who are thinking about accessibility of childhood and jurisdiction, all the other fields. I'm not going to be able to list them all, but I think I still have time, but this is all I wanted to represent and say. Joyce, thank you for your presentation. I was very curious to understand of those projects that you are conducting. You don't look at the technology of connectivity only as a tool. You look at it as a space that can be occupied by the market of professionals, of those publics, of those communities that you try and reach inside of the space. So technology as this acting field, yes, that could happen not only for people who need work, but the ones that are offering work. and a exchange place, place for exchange, a place that we're understanding that we just launched and we opened the room so things could happen in a very organic and interesting way. Very interesting because when we see those discussions about sectorial policies, we are always following up, and I'm doing these questions because you can didn't take up all your time, so we're taking advantage to ask things. But on the sectorial places of public policies of technology and communication, a lot of the times we see this issue. Oh, Brazil needs to take initiative and have this movement in capacity building and trying to occupy this technology fields. There are fields that are being developed, but Brazil have lack of professionals to act in those fields. For instance, artificial intelligence and technology of information. And what you're bringing to us is that there is a demand and a population that today is excluded digitally, economically, and socially can act in those areas of technology. So this is very interesting, this perspective that you bring in. Of course, and I'd like to add up that we've been receiving each day more contacts of institutions and companies that want to divulge the opportunities of work, and the demand is that I'd like to diversify my team, and I have this difficulty of finding where the women are, where are the black women or the black people that are qualified that look in the LinkedIn, and I can find them. And sometimes I have this position and I can't find someone who can uh, have this demand. So we I think there is this two-way things. We need people that need to be qualified and improve, and sometimes have some difficulties with the language, and it's something that is asked a lot. But a lot of the times we talk about companies, is there any way to flexibilize this fluent English to intermediate English and that person to be trained not only in the English, but in this programming, you need a senior. Can you not have someone who is intermediate and you train that person and bring a trainee to work with you? So those are negotiations that we try to suggest. We don't have any um, management throughout this. We are invited to divulge those vacancies, but also thinking about that. So it's been interesting. Of course, we still see other challenges. I'm sorry, I went over time, but we still see other challenges that have been talked about since early, that women have a lot of difficulty of having these devices, this equipment. So when we have those graduations, we always see this situation difficulty in accessing the internet. We have women from now north to south of Brazil, and a lot of them are in rural areas.
In the northeastern region, they have a lot of difficulty considering devices, and I would like to give them a formation for them to learn a lot with their smartphones, because most of the times they do not have a computer at home. Some of them who take courses with us do their courses at work when they are working in stores, and they also make at from the public libraries, so they face a lot of difficulties anyway. But this is a discussion for other moments. Okay, so let's hear our experiences here. So we engage on this debate, talking about some other details that we can deepen into. I would like to listen to José Carlos Galiza, who is responsible for the national coordination of communities, black, rural, and quilombola communities, the CONAC. We know that communities from quilombos have an additional challenge. Almost always they are far away from urban centers in rural areas, so they have the limitations of connectivity that we already know from these areas, aside from all the question of social exclusion and economic put upon. So, Galiza, I would ask you to tell us a little bit about how your experience has been so far in the challenge of including these communities in the connected world. Dear Quilombola communities, I'd like to salute you And I would like to thank the Federal Court of Account for the invitation, because it's not always that we are invited for such a big event. We usually out of the most important debates. Sometimes I go kidding with our reality, and I say that us, the Quilombo guys who invented the cell phones, because Quilombos have a technology named molecular. You know, guy, you guy, go there and go over there and take some flour. When we want to give 5G, we say, go there, I will spit on the ground, and the guy has to get back before the spit dries out. This is a some kind of technology that we still have today in our community. I'm kidding, but this is reality. We are excluded from this digital world. uh, Not only the digital world, but also we cultivate crops the way our great grandparents taught us, because we got no technology. And I will not start a debate about it. However, in 2022, back in 2022, we carried out a research and we found out that only one Quilombo community from Quilombo Indian communities had a powerful internet. Aside from that, uh, uh, the others who had the internet had an internet that had problems with the rain, and as soon as the rain cloud came, it didn't want to work anymore, you know. So we invited by lots of organizations from Map Bioma and other organizations, we started to think about a strategy on how to face this problem, how to take technology inside quilombos, inside Indian groups, inside extractivist communities. So I'd like to introduce you the project people from the people from forests connection. Can I show a video, a 2-minute video? In Amazon, but also in all territory. If you fly by plane, where you find the forest, that is people from Quilombos, indigenous, and the riverside communities who preserve. O que it's an indigenous territory when the land is preserved, and there's we are the people from the forest, and we are the ones who preserved it. It's from the forest that we live. Since 1985, more than 40 million hectares were devastated in the Amazon. There are some massive areas in the middle of it that are preserved, and these are the areas occupied by people from the forest. And people who are making expression are connecting themselves, and this population aren't. An illegal gold mining in the Yanomami territory related to the. It's estimated that 20,000 people are involved. In March 2023, we did the first internet installation at the Yanomami territory. We want all community from forest people to be connected, to be broadband connected until 2025. Now we are communicating, calling, solving, and community is quite happy. We send connectivity kits from partners to different regions of the Amazon. There are 3 pillars in our project. First of all, a solar panel, easy to assemble kit. Uh, the second pillar is the community control, where each community, through an app, manages the rules and the use of the internet depending on their reality and their preferences. And the third pillar is the program of inclusion and digital empowerment. three areas considering entrepreneurship, health, education, ancestrality. And we have, for example, the CONAC, that is the coordination of the national quilombola communities, articulating with quilombolas throughout Brazil, and the Indians, that articulates with the Indian, and the CNS, the National Council of People who Strativism. And this way we create partnerships according to their necessity and the necessity of each community. Uh, the communities receiving it were chosen from the COEAB, the Brazilian Amazon Forest Association, uh, indigenous territory menaced by illegal devastation and mining. So this internet will help us monitoring these territories. There are a lot of invasions and devastation and fires on our territory. Sometimes I wake up in the morning and we can hardly see the sun due to the smoke. This internet is important upcoming now because we can denounce to people from FUNAI, to people from the federal police, and it is important for us. We can preserve and avoid devastation. I've always wanted to become a nurse because I had to get out of the community. And with the internet inside here, I now study online in the community. There are a lot of indigenous graduated inside the territory and more indigenous protecting the forest. Brazil is quite big, so this communication will give us the possibility to become more present and closer and defend better our territories and our rights. We've decided to install internet here at the health basic unit because it's difficult to communicate here. And this will help us, not only my community, but also the neighbor communities, because all of them depend on our health facility. People who work with latex, people who work with making natural oils such as andiroba, copaiba. Also the craftsmanship. We have this beautiful river beach with this internet. We have the power of creating Instagram social networks to show the beautiful things our community has got. The big challenge of these peoples was because they have always been invisible. This project breaks barriers, and the absence of communication is one of them. It gives voice to these communities. Community lives from fishing, from extracting açaí nut, buriti nut, taperiba, and here at the community we want to preserve our forest. We didn't have this facility with this knowledge with internet, this ability, and internet came to connect us. Documentation. Today we can print a second version of our SUS card, of our CPF, with the use of technology. The connection people of the forest came to empower us and give us this knowledge about the digital world. Society starts to see that there is somebody in the forest and people with a lot of knowledge. We understand that the solution to Amazon lays in people in the way they relate and their feeling of not being owner of nature but part of it. Many think there are not people here, but there are us, the Quilombal, the indigenous, the riverside communities that take care, who take care of the forest. We preserve so the other can also enjoy a better weather and pure air. Rainforests, they help they help hold temperature 1 degree beyond of this. So we ask production to pause the video a little bit. It's quite interesting, but and, and it's essential to protect this forest and protect all of us. So, just a second. They're pausing here. Okay, just in time. We could see the whole video. Fine. We could watch the whole video. So, only to tell you that the project connection of people from the forest was thought at first to bring powerful collective internet spots to these communities. But many organizations, many partner organizations, more than 50 came. Uh, Many of them have expertise and they came to make the project happen in community. Because today we are bringing telemedicine, working 24/7 in connected community. We are taking digital knowledge. It's a preparation, a qualification to protect people against bad things on the internet. Territorial monitoring for these communities. Courses about entrepreneurship, to live on acai, on the fishing, online courses about entrepreneurship. There are a lot of things inside the project, and this is quite important. We are in 9 states of legal Amazon, Brazilian legal Amazon, in 277 municipalities, and we have already connected 1,900 communities. Our challenge is to connect 8,000 other communities in the legal Amazon. Other biomes are asking for our presence there. Our challenge is to find funds to help us in the logistic of these communities. The logistic is quite expensive. We need to think of a structure of maintenance because there are consumption costs and lots of situations imposed. But the project was the solution we have found to connect with the world because the illegal miner, had top technology and we didn't. Uh, the woodcutters were here with top technology and we weren't. And we protect the forest with our bodies. But we used to be gardens, but we are more than gardens. We are the shield against forest deforestation. For me, there is no reduction. There is a break on it, and we are the ones who stop it, who refrain it. There are many leaderships that fall apart with this direct challenging, and we need to access to public politicians. And to end up my speech, we are releasing the AI uh, parente. It helps people to get public policies. People know about, for example, my house, my life, minha casa, minha vida, but they want to access Bolsa Familia sponsorship, but they don't know how to make it. So the closest facility, where do I need to go? I am a fisherman. I need to take the insurance for defense moments. So how will I take it? We will release it in a few uh, months, quite soon. Thank you very much, Galiza. In order to conclude our round of presentations today, I will ask Gabriela Pereira, who is a researcher for education from of vulnerable groups of the University of Brasilia, to present, and we'll start the debate. Thank you very much. Thank you guys from TCU, from the Federal Court of Account, for this invitation. I'm very honored to be here with you. And hearing you, Galisa, was quite important because it's a dialogue with what I have been studying and researching through the last years. And the internet as a human right that everybody should have. In a dialogue with what Graziella has brought, looking at this number, the CITs and uh, these numbers that go up and down, we would like to understand these profiles better. And I remembered about a research I saw by the end of the month with Anatel and Hideki, talking about inequality of connectivity and significant connectivity in Brazil, looking at who are those people with lower income and obviously spend less days connected. And we wonder that there are people who have access uh, zero rating connection. Uh, it's quite tempting. Obviously, I want this prepaid with free YouTube, free WhatsApp, and this internet lasts no more than 12, 13, 15 days, and the person is totally disconnected for the rest of the month. So this research between IDEC and Anatel, looking at people's income, the less they, the less they earn, the less they are connected, and uh, getting to know how long they do not have basic services such as bank services. If you I wonder if anyone here would wonder spending one day without connecting to make a Pix or to access your bank account. Many people cannot do that. They cannot get into government platforms or social securities to see their benefits and things like that. They spend time without studying. More than 50% of these people cannot study and without access to health services. And we are talking about a great breakdown because we are talking about a quite basic right, the most basic right. When we think about these excluded people and do not have significant connectivity, and when we talk about mediatic education, it's quite distant. People who cannot access the internet share a single cell phone in a home with 10 people. And we need to talk about, we are talking about digital lettering, digital knowledge. And I guess it's quite much more appropriate to be online in a more in a wiser way, And I guess that's it. It's something that only the ancestors will be able to give such a beautiful name. Thinking about who are these people affected to this for by this lack of connectivity, affected by misinformation, by scams. Uh, Joyce is so told that many profiles have been affected, the elderly, but also the youth, uh, who are quite disconnected but are seen as in general as native, digitally native, but sometimes they all have access to social network, but it's not an access.
It's less deepened and very dangerous. So when we put these people and we look at this and see how they're vulnerable to scams and disinformation. I remember a research that I saw a few years ago, which is the disinformation that circulated in Bahia, and was this Bolsa Familia disinformation, because this says a lot about the attacks and disputing narratives and disputing place or power. So when we observe those groups that are more affected and we look at quilombolas, indigenous, river communities, elderly, I think about this forum and the internet that is a very important space in being very sectorial, and this type of dialogue that brings different point of views of problems and trying to find collective solutions, that I think is the only way for us to overcome those issues. I remember a lot too roundtables that impacted me with the one from Phoebe of last year, and the last year one talked about the indigenous of Yanomami, had Funai, and talking about Starlink, which is a theme that we've been debating a lot from the arrival of the Starlink in a very predatory way in the villages. And we talking during lunch and talking about the levels of violence that has been happening with women in Yanomami that had died lacerations and were arriving with um, diseases that they couldn't have access to because the men in Anomama were having consuming a lot of Starlink and pornography through this arrival of Starlink with this without moderation mediation. So it was reproducing in those women a lot of content of violence that they could watch in those porn channels. And we're thinking about the layers. We need internet, okay, but what kind of internet? And when we see this work of the connections after they had this integral world and holistic vision. So it's a look that thinks about this aspect in which the community will look at this and see it in internet, and how can we mediate this without ending our communities. I remember a cacique, that chief in the indigenous community, he created a pattern of timing when people could only access in that timing, because he didn't want the sequestration of that time in the village throughout social media, because he saw that a lot of young people, it's very seductive, this social media, right? There's this architecture that is very um, appealing, and children especially, we see that indigenous girls had this problem of self-image because of the filters on TikTok, because we that are been accompanying this evolution in internet for a lot of years, it's very hard for us to face, and we have problem with self-image, and we create problems that are very profound. And can you imagine a girl from indigenous communities that just got there, and these filters that change their color of their skin and stuff like that? So we need to think about all those later layers of access, and how we're going to guarantee that these people are protected with this problem, faced with this problem. So in the FIBA of this year, there's this deep fake, porn deep fake, that has been very discussed. There are girls that are target of, photoshops and put them in pornography. And there was a delegate that talked about this profile of boys that want to play online and try and they are taken by criminals to do those pornographic contents, and girls that get so sick because it's such a violence. And she was talking, she's telling about, I investigate criminal cases in the digital platforms, and we had cases from the girls, and that there were boys that have been called out on those online games because they didn't have money to pay for that online games. The criminal would come to them and be like, if you do those videos, porn videos for me, I'll pay for the online game. And they would do, and then they'd be blackmailed. And we asked ourselves, what are the profiles of those boys? What the age and race? I want to know who are these boys, and I want to protect them. And we didn't have that data. We need to have evidence data. And really, I say that looking at those efforts of mediated education, and it needs to be a collective pact. It's something that affects the whole society, and we need to know which are the most vulnerable groups and how they're being affected, and it impacts the society as a whole. And I think that's something that really stayed with me. What are the levels of vulnerability? We can access it, and when we can suffer a bunch of other violences. So when we think about the promotion of connectivity, we need to think as this promotion of fundamental rights as well, and the better practices we've been seeing with the federal government, with the strategy of the Brazilian mediation. and trying to reach these people who don't have access. And it's still a focused effort in schools. I think it's fair because we need that the schools to have this role that is very important, but they can't solve all the problems in society. So we need to have this collective effort, and media education can follow up with all these spaces. We need to discuss, we need to take it forward. We need all the locations and the private sector in special to be have this commitment, collective commitment. And it's just about the better practices of groups that are moving them to solve this in a creative and interesting way, thinking outside of the box. I remember that the technology core of MST had this interesting discussion of new worlds and technologies. It's beautiful that is all languages to try and disseminate what is the MTST and how you can think about technology that are ancestral and how you can think of new worlds starting from that. So first to be so Intervozes that has such an amazing work as well, and has this workshop that is going to happen this week about a life without big techs, thinking about collective policies. We talk about sovereignty, and we need to talk about digital sovereignty, so we are not so dependent of big tech that is going to wake up tomorrow and be like, I don't want it anymore. So we're going to lose everything that we have, all the intellectual work of productions, everything. So how we're going to have these solutions that are not so dependent on billionaires that don't have any type of, they don't care about us. So Interfaces has this work, and the Institute Marielle Franco created this school of communication to narrate the future. So they did this very interesting work of the formation of young people in slums, and went through AI and all kinds of what is more modern of education to prepare those young people and talk about systems and make them multipliers, and thinking about those looking at the civil society, those that has this such a big work and need the support and of financing at the end of the day. And the walk of the black women that is going to happen in Brasilia, that was created this committee of technology to look at the black women and think what do they need to strengthen themselves and protect themselves, and what we do for them to be in another position today, with this point of view of well living. And I went over time, but I'm at your disposal for any other dialogues. Excellent, Gabriela. You bring us some insights that are very interesting and important, some reflections about the implications of the connectivity that can bring the connectivity, and not necessarily are positive. In some cases they are worrisome, and we know that in some environments that we have access to information and resources and financial resources, the collectiveness brings a series of problems. And when you go to these communities that are excluded and you include them digitally, they are exposed to the same problems without the same defense mechanisms that a lot of times we have. So it's an essential reflection. We have time that we went way over time, but so many questions that we have. I'd like to start the debate bringing some of those provocations that have been put here. I think starting from you, what you bring with the provocations that are more interesting in the point of view of solutions that were brought to connect in the specific case of the people and forests. So the first question that are being put here by José Carlos of the Wellbeing Institute in Brazil. There are in these territories the diversion of public policies of connectivity is the case of the north connected and northeast connected in an accessible and sufficient way. And in the same line, I think it complements a little bit this question. the provocation that were brought by Flavia Fevi. Hello, Flavia. Are you okay? Some long since I spoken to you. It's so good to have you here. She asked, and I'm gonna give the answer. What is the provider of the connection of internet that you've been utilizing? There is Starlink. Is the program that Gabriela has put. The dependency on technologies is being satellites or not, and how it's being resolved, the cost of connection and the distribution of this channel inside of the communities that are being served by this technology. So those are the two questions. If you have access and you're divulging enough the programs that are being done by the government of the connectivity in the Amazon, and what is this issue of Starlink? How's this been operated? Just to say that we know, but in the communities that were able to access, the results were not satisfactory, so not significant. But these other ones I don't know. I'm not going to comment about it. We're utilizing Starlink for the fact that it was the only one that we could take on to places that are remote and that works with quality. Although we created a system that we've done a labyrinth with Starlink, would say, a work that Starlink couldn't access the data on our network, and they know that they have this antenna on that community, but it's very hard to access the data on our network. So we invest in the security of networks. The communities, they access they need to subscribe, they need to do accreditation, and it only castrate the people that the community will allow to connect, and we have this whole control when it comes to internet. So we work this a lot in relation to, as you've put, the access. Let's say that the communities, they've been accessing the Free Friday, and if you can block the network, nobody will access it, and all the stats, they are blocked, and if the community will access. And I don't know if I answered, but this is it. It's interesting that you have this management of this connectivity. They're having this point of internet and you open a Wi-Fi to everybody. So this is utilized with any kind of control. We invest a lot of information in relation to that. And the professionals that are doing this management are from the community. Yes, they're from the community. They're indigenous, Quilombola. So they have this each community, when we're going to install, we train one or two people. We call them facilitators. They are trained for the technical support, for repassing information, and they have a training for that. So we did a presential in Amazon recently. So they dialogue a lot with this point that Joyce has put in the project that you've been developing in Pedro Levy, which is information of utilization of these technologies and capacity building of the professionals, black women, for this kind of problem. How are you dealing with this issue? I think Gabriela brought of making it so they can understand that internet has challenges that are very complex to be faced, and how can they can deal with the internet, trying to prepare themselves for these challenges when it comes to exploitation, sexual exploitation, and access of screen usage, and all of those issues that are brought today inside of this information that you're taking them. Our capacity building is to prepare those ones that are going to monitor this bad usage and try to look for the professionals so they can have tools, so they can have they can protect themselves somehow inside of their work that they're trying to develop, and try to bring that to their students as well. We train the professionals that are going to take care and monitor and create ways of protecting people, the children, the youngs, and the ones that are most vulnerable. Perfect. One of the things that we talked about, the Institute of Well-being in Brazil, is the question that, without specifying, whoever wants to answer, they can answer, is if you agree with the usage of public resources for the private sector having the commercial offer. And I don't know, maybe Graziella can talk a little bit about this, how you see today adapting for the discussion here today this issue of dialogue with the public policies and the implementation through uh, private initiative in this amplifying of connectivity, and especially in this significant connectivity, Gabriela. I think this is very close when this counterparts when you think about public transport. If you can, as a company of public transport, this good line that has a lot of flow and is very commercial, it needs to attend this line of work that is not so crowded with a lot of people, and that doesn't have the per capita for that. So when we talk about public infrastructure, it needs to guarantee the access of the public, the most basic resources, and the combinations are possible. But if they allow people that really need to actually be able to afford this, and at the end, people not being just a source of exploitation, that they can actually take advantage of that infrastructure. It's there, and people cannot take advantage of it. So, this dialogue with public and private, when you have a public policies that is implemented by a company that is private, do you see any difficulties that are specific in the following up of these requirements and those concerns when it comes to internet, and there are significant? I think I've just came from São Paulo with this uh, storm that had like a massive destruction. So we have those fundamental things that are people need to have access to. So state doesn't have to solve everything alone. We know about this sectorial system that has this integration of different institutions and competencies. But of course, we need participation throughout this whole process, and monitoring that will guarantee the interests of the country. So we have different combinations that are necessary. Gabriela, I think from this debate, it was very evident that it doesn't exist when it comes to connectivity, the exclusion of these public policies that are from one actor and one public directive. Me, specialized in telecommunications, I look from the point of view of connectivity and public sciences, and the Ministry of Communication programs as north that is connected, northeast, and there are other public policies of other actors
that formulate these policies, and they also have to communicate with significant connection. It became evident in your speech and in others. So how have you seen lately these other actors, such as social development ministry, ministry of health, ministry of women? How do these other actors, formulators of public policies, have been looking at significant connectivity? I guess it's a unique moment. Brazil has been looking a lot at digital, and having this well set, it has been more and more demonstrated, and it has its importance has been much more demonstrated concerning the effort of all ministries, all sectors. This effort about media education, for example, SECOM is together with the Ministry of Education, and you cannot separate from other institutions. They are together with ANAP, and they are spreading something that is much bigger. So we formulate influencers with a responsible influence, so they can use their influence to become to pos- put themselves better on the internet, make a better positioning on. And these actors concerning government and the private sectors and cordial networks, redes cordiais, when I work together with SECOM, for example. SECOM had done an invitation to civil society to courses that could be hosted on AvaMec uh, to make teachers cope with things they could not cope with and they needed a specialization on. So this effort of the government of looking for the civil society is quite important, and more than ever, we need this transversal and intersectional look. It is quite important. What I have seen more often is that no public policy without participation of these affected groups, it can't really prosper. So I see an effort of inviting quilombolas, people from the riverside, indigenous, in there this decision place and having a much more structured work, looking at people, not only more people, but there is still a lot to do. It is a continuous work. However, it's being more transversal than before. So Joyce, Galiza, I guess you can respond for the third sector. How has it been for you, the dialogue between the public sector and you among in the projects you have been carrying on these days coming from these public policies? Our supporters uh, do not go through direct public policies, only indirect. We receive international support from some companies. It's a hard work, it's not easy. We always live on 6 months, 2 years for some demands. So from public policies, our work still do not uh, get things directly from the source. We have punctual works counting on this luck and this hope of being supported by these institutions, these bigger institutions that can carry on so we can bring this work to more people. This support would be quite welcome. Yes, quite welcome for sure. Absolutely, it would change everything. And for you, Galisa, how has it been? Well, it has been supported 100% by philanthropic donation. Up to now, we have been trying to get closer to the government programs. However, since then, we haven't got any guarantee. We've been discussing, but the project connection hasn't got any support from the government. We want the federal state to support us because we are doing the job of the state, because the state can't reach these communities, but the state needs to support us. Wi-Fi Brazil, for example, our costs are cheaper because they sponsor us, and other groups working with this issue, but we haven't got anything concrete up to now. We received a comment from Maurilia Barreto from the internet. She said, this panel is fantastic. Uh, she said it before the debate. Hope she's still taking his opinion. We are in the final credits because production told me there is a video they want to show, and there is a poll for a survey for you to answer. So I would kindly ask production to release the video and the so we from the Tambaia Quilombo, we are registered today, but you don't know how hard it was for us to get it. So the program for food acquisition is quite important for Quilombola and indigenous traditional communities, but most communities do not have access because they have a difficulty to access, because there is a much bigger bureaucracy in this program and is in registering for people to access. It's quite difficult. Many people do not have this knowledge to make this registering. So most communities, quilombolas and indigenous ones, they make this enrollment with the municipality, the city hall, because it becomes easy. But we haven't got yet. Luckily, we got, thanks to Conabi, and we were approved on the first phase. But you don't imagine how difficult, how tough it was for us to continue because our CAFs were not up to date. And it was really difficult, but luckily, fortunately, we could update it. So, well, the video is over. This is another testimonial from an important project that we could have explored through the debate. Sorry, they asked me to release this video before the discussion, but it also contributes to our debate. I would ask a round of applause to our panelists. I thank another time to the Federal Court of Account, and I would like to know if we are going to have a master of ceremony for the ending words. We thank the presence of all participants of this third panel by Samuel Posedon. We end the first day of the international seminar about significant connectivity and social transformation. We thank the presence of everybody, and we remind you that tomorrow we continue sharp at 9 a.m. And I wish you all a good night.